Just trying to work out how to get a sharing link for this. Hey folks. Let me know if the audio or things like that are okay. It's been a really long time since I've streamed on YouTube and I've changed my internet. So I'm hopefully going to be able to actually stay live this time. Hey, Sale. Oh yeah, normally I have my audio a bit lower just because I boost it in post so I don't clip. But maybe that's a little bit, that should be a little bit louder. What are we making today? We are making, well, so you know the three-sided brief? I was a little bit like flummoxed to begin with what to actually make because it is so open. But then somebody mentioned on Twitter, I can't remember who it was, but they mentioned that the way that they like to approach month-long challenges is to do like an overall project. So every single one of the prompts then becomes like a part of this world building or project building. So at the end you have something to look back at. And it also helps you generate ideas as well, right? So, you know, if it gets to like the 16th and you're super, super burnt out, you can just like, you can kind of see what would naturally flow as a part of your project. Or maybe revisit something that you've already done in a bit more detail. And especially with the super open prompts, you can basically do everything. So I'm going to be trying, oh, maybe I should drop a link in Discord as well real quick. Bear with. I think the stream tonight is going to be quite a long one for what I have planned. If I can even do it. I don't know if I'm actually like able to do it. It'll be a little bit of a mix of, it'll be mainly geometry nodes, but then there will be a little bit of Sverchok, I think, because I want to make a fountain as part of it, and doing things like instancing metables you can do with Sverchok. So alrighty then. Sale says, may I ask a quick question before we get started? Is it possible to point distribute in the volume instead of on the surface? You're trying to create random instances of an object in the volume. Well, yes, no, you can't, but you can fake it, right? If I have my cube like this, then, and I want to generate a bunch of points in here, right? I would use my toolkit because this can do it, and I would generate a grid that was larger than my box, so I can make this a little bit bigger, just so it's like inside the box, right? And then I can randomize it with my thing, and I'm going to make it more dense so that I have lots of points. And now I can use the points inside mesh node, which is under my masks, to cull some of these points so I can do this and delete geometry. And now we'll go for full. And I also need to invert it. So there we go. So this is using raycasting. So I'm literally just using, I'm using a lot of raycast, right? I'm using 6 because I go like positive X, positive Y, same as Z, to do a check on the full version, but there's also a fast version which just does 2, which is generally okay, but obviously it'll only be correct for one axis, which means you can put geometry on both sides of something and it'll think it's inside. And that's actually why there's a backface check as well on here, which means that if you have something like a torus knot, if I just actually delete these and grab a torus knot, right, you can see that there's places in here in between the sides where you would actually have something that was, potentially covered in all 3 axes. So it would think that it was inside. So you can turn on backface checking. You can see that there actually. So if I turn that off, we end up with some of these areas where all 3 axes are covered. But if you turn on the backface check, then it'll just make sure that it's actually inside the geometry. But you can do some pretty neat stuff with this. Anyway, what I am going to be doing is trying to make like a big twisting building with a triangle courtyard. So I feel like I need to do a bit of proof of concept first before I actually get into like the proper modeling. And also, I'm not going to hold myself too hard to keeping everything procedural. Like if I'm making a shader and my whole project is like about geometry nodes and sphere chalk, I'm just gonna, especially if it's really late, like if it's 5 AM and I'm making shaders, I'm just gonna use image textures. I'll just say that I've used image textures and that's all right. Okay, let me just go ahead and delete everything. Trying to think of how to do this. So I'm gonna just start off by trying to work out what's gonna work for my animation. And I also want it to work in Eevee because I don't want to spend forever doing things, doing the renders. People upset that I'd use image textures? I think it's fine. It's kind of procedural, sort of. You're wrapping an image onto an object. That's kind of procedural. All right, I'm just going to get some cubes. And I'm going to make sure that I'm in the right place. I want to work out how to like get stuff to bend and twist up. So it's like folding up over the top, because I want this farmhouse to kind of like roll up and over. So the camera's going to like pan up and see the farmhouse is like up in the air. So I'm going to use my array. So I have an array now. And yeah, image textures are in touch with real life. Thank you. And hey, Curtis and Arturo and Sharon and Jarrett. Oh my god, so many people. Sorry if I'm lagging a little bit behind, but hopefully the stream is at least smooth. Right, let me do this. So I will be doing the farmhouse like super modular afterwards with a bunch of different pieces, which I will like make procedurally, but then combine in a different node tree. Because at the moment, there's also no way to do like a, so if you make something, you can't like instance, you couldn't make a collection of things in the same node tree that you then instance and pick those instances from, if I'm making sense. I basically want to be able to do everything in one node tree. So I need to be able to turn stuff into instances. I don't know if I've made a bend node, but that would be very useful at this point. Because I could really do with a simple deform. I did make some pretty fun like Cartesian to cylindrical to spherical converters, which you can do a lot of good stuff with. In fact, let me just show you this. So if you use something like a spirograph from my nodes, right, which is just a circle in a circle, and you can do some fun stuff with that. But if you pretend that this is like already in cylindrical coordinates and convert it back to Cartesian, you can make some really fun effects. So if I use a set position with my space converter and an input position node, and we're going to go from cylindrical to spherical, then you can start twisting stuff around. And if you also add some Z height to this, you can start getting some good effects. Asking if the live streams will be saved on the channel. So the way that I was going to do it this month is the live streams will be available for Patreons, and the time lapses, which so I'm recording this and I will make a time lapse, and that will be available just like publicly on the YouTube. Did Kurt just see the triplanar? We've got triplanar, which just gives you like a basic triplanar, but it also lets you split up X, Y, and Z, because then if you're using like an image texture, you want to blend your sides, so then you can use a triplanar bend after your images, and that's just going to like hold everything together and get you some proper smoothing. Or if you're lazy, you can just use the basher node, the basher. So this is like one that came over from shaders, because I say everybody liked it, I liked it and I wanted it. So, but I've made it a bit more complex. So this one actually has the image in here. So it'll do like Voronoi scattering, but it will also blend the edges of the Voronoi, but then it will also be triplanar, and it will also blend the edges of the triplanar. So again, this one has fast, which does not have blending, and blended, which does have blending, but it also has like 27 different Voronoi nodes in it. So it ends up being quite heavy. But you can get some like really smooth, nice image mapping with that. Someone's asking if there is a Patreon. Yeah, in the description below. I didn't really realize that live streams could have descriptions, or that I had to set it up. It's kind of dumb. So I will sort out like thumbnails and descriptions for the next one. If I use a vector, combine X, Y, Z. So if you start like messing around with these different coordinate spaces, you can really make some like weird stuff. You can have a great time, and you can stack these as well. I know this is like not how you're supposed to use coordinates, but they're just so much fun to mess with. How did you make those node groups so customized? I made them. That's how I customized them. They're mine. You just like tab in, and then in your end panel, you've got your group tab, and you can just set everything up in here. Also, I just want to bring your awareness to this this map that I have. I have a mini map. How cool is this? So it's like one of those new add-ons. This one's called mini map, but it's super useful. So if you do big node trees like we are hopefully going to get to do today, you can have just like, I always end up getting lost, so this is going to be really useful. And I'm also working with Dorian BD3D's new Modular add-on. So if you press stuff like V, you get like draw, which is super useful. And if you hold J, you can like make frames, and it'll like automatically go around whatever you've selected, which is again very useful. Right, what am I doing? So I've got some boxes and I need to bend them. So to bend stuff, you need like an axis. It's not going to be a clean bend, but I'm also quite happy for it to all break apart, because that's sort of the point of it. If you've ever just used like a vector rotate, like we're going to be doing, then you end up losing loads of the volume, unless you do like loads of really specific masking in different axes, and I'm not going to do that now. Would you say your toolkit is bad practice for someone who is new to nodes? No. I mean, I obviously want you to buy it, but also that's like jumping into Houdini and then only using the math nodes because you don't want to use all of the high level tools that they've made to make you more productive. And like a lot of my nodes are being replaced like already, like there's already patches for some of these like mask nodes that I've done. So you could, let me show you these ones as well. Oh my God, I'm not going to get anything done. Right, let's use a grid like this. And I'm just going to make it bigger and a bit denser. And then if I grab a mask for cylinder, let's go for selection prism. And then I can just use it again, delete geometry. And we want the, is this disconnected something? Oh no, it's just too big. Okay, so you can see I've got like, oh, 3-sided. We've already finished the prompt, that's good. But you can see that the like selection nodes that I've got in here. So let me switch this over to the other one so you can see it better. So you can do stuff in here and make 3D selections, and there's already like patches for you to be able to do this now in Blender. It's not in master, but you can get a patch. I think Johnny's been working on them. So it's just like a lot of my nodes are going to be depreciated very quickly, and that's true for what happened with the old toolkit for 2.93. Everything kind of comes and goes very quickly, but it's just like I can put out nodes very much faster than the developers can because I don't have to test or get things approved or make sure my code is clean. I can just like throw a bunch of nodes together and put them out. So the idea of the toolkit really is just that it's kind of a, it stands you in good stead for the, for having basically access to tools that you need, because you will get them in the master eventually. It's just they're not all there that fast. Hey, just came to see. Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. Oh, people are so nice. All right, I'm actually going to start doing this bend. Right, back to rotate. My bend axis is going to be like here, so we're going in the y-axis, and I want this stuff to all like crank up and over, but I also want it to come forwards in this direction, so I want it to be like a little bit twisted, but I may do that with 2 bends. So we'll see how it goes. So we need an input position and a set position, and a gradient, which I can probably just use the x axis. So the reason that I need a gradient is because if I just rotate this, it's all going to rotate. I also need to make instances real. Oh, another node that you might like in the toolkit. I've just added one last night that does attribute to instances. It's like attribute transfer or transfer attributes, but it will transfer directly to instances and then make them real. So like if I wanted the original point position or the original point index for all of my indices, I could just use this node. So that's nice. I could just do something like whatever, like that. Yeah, so gradient, I need my position and a separate X, Y, Z and a map range. So I'm just going to take the X gradient here and push this one through the angle, and I need my realize instances. And then my axis needs to be in, let's go X, a little bit like 0.2 in X and 1 in Y, so it's going to twist over. And then I can just like fold this up and I can use my various nodes. Here we go. It's a little bit of a bend. we're losing a lot of this volume if you were to do this in like a more intense way. There's actually a patch for the node editor minimap. There is indeed. It's not been abandoned, I don't think. I believe I think it's Charlie, is still looking at it. And I think it will come back in as well. I saw somebody else post about that in the dev talk a couple of days ago. But this add-on is really good. And I know they worked really hard on it, so I just thought I would grab it for Nodevember. Can you use index instead for doing the bend? Probably not, because the index order isn't necessarily going to be correct. Especially when I'm doing this with like actual objects. You know, like if I'm making a modular building and I've got like 20 different facade pieces, and each facade piece is made up of like 200 bricks and a window, which is made up of like at least 10 things. I think your indices are going to get really screwed up when you start realizing things together. I'm really worried about the performance as well, because I think Blender just is not, it's just not very performant. Here we go. So I need my, you can see we're already losing a lot of that volume. Which add-on did I grab? That is a good question. I retweeted it a couple of days ago, or maybe yesterday. Minimap. Yeah, it's just called Node Minimap by Christophe So and Samuel Bernou. And yeah, if anybody wants to drop a link to that in the chat, then you can, I think you can. I'm pretty sure you can post links. All right, I think I might need another bend more in the x-axis and from like a higher place. Yeah, the Twitter algorithm is really bad for curating tweets. I wish it would just give us straight, like, I know who I want to follow. Okay, so this time we're going 100% the x-axis, but also in the z-axis. And we're going to use the same gradient here. That's miles. All right. So I'm hoping it will actually break things apart a bit, because unlike dislocate geometry, I need to find a way of making sure that it like that things are able to fall out of it. Did somebody post a link but it didn't come through? I don't seem to have any like admin stuff for the chat, but never mind. Okay. Oh, that's weird. All right, I'm going to start actually building the house, because I think I designed like I didn't design it, I put together some sounds. And again, that wasn't procedural, I just downloaded some sounds and like stuck them together on a timeline. But I've got it kind of scheduled out in my head. I just need to like, yeah, work it out properly. So this is how I'm going to be setting things up, but I won't be using the cube, I'll be using other instances. So this one's going to be my main house section. But first of all, we need to set up a collection of wall sections, for which I will just make a new collection to like have modular, like make some modular parts. Okay. Oh, do you know what else we have in the toolkit? We've got brick walls and brick corners. So that's always fun. Oh, and brick splines. If you want it to follow a brick spline, like a spline, have a wall that you can draw. Actually, I need to test something. I saw somebody doing a tool in, I think it was Unity. It was called something like Bev Tools, and you could like draw splines, draw these walls, which I thought was really neat. So this works really simply. You'll just plug it in, and then you tell it what spline to look for. So I'm going to look for my Bezier curve, and you can see we now have this, which, can I draw with it though? Oh, you totally can, but it breaks the spacing. As long as you have an odd number of walls, it works. What a mess. This is just one of those things where it's like, I was not prepared for these weird edge cases. Okay, so as long as you have an odd number of splines, you're fine. What an odd bug. Okay, so we're going to go with the brick straight, just because I want straight walls. And we're going to smash some windows through them. I need these to be a little bit taller, maybe like 3 meters. And I'll go 3 by 5. And I want some more randomization in my bricks. So I'm just going to output the points instead and use an instance on points node. This is just going to let me randomize the bricks rather than using the default size that I've put into the node. So we're going with cubes. And these should be a little bit littler. Okay. For people who are kind of new to the new way that geometry nodes is working, to set up like randomized rotation and scaling, you can just use the utility random value nodes. I'm actually going to use mine because mine are bipolar, which means that they expand in both directions from your target. So if I put in like a random float in here, I can set my value to be 1, and then my deviation will be like plus or minus this amount. So you can see that there. Right, so I can get a little bit of wobble on the size, and I can get a little bit of wobble on the scaling. Oh wait, so the rotation, which is going to be, I want a random vector for that one. So last year I did give out all of my node trees. I'm not going to do this year just because I'm relying extensively on my nodes. But obviously you can follow along if you have access to the videos. So I'm just going to tweak I want this house to look a little bit like it's falling down. Well, not falling down, but like it's not in good stead. Also, sorry if I missed things in the chat. It's going surprisingly fast. Did anybody catch Simon's stream earlier as well? That was so good. I loved how he ended up with like the cheese coming down on his pizza. Right, I need a Boolean. I don't really want to do a Boolean. Booleans are really heavy, especially on something like this where I have already got lots of geometry. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to give the windows a like really thick surround, and I'm just going to remove some of these points. So I'm going to use my box selection. Oops. And I'm going to drop this onto the selection of my instance on points. So now it's just going to be creating things from inside. So I can move up my box. And this is actually very difficult to debug. Maybe I should have added like a wireframe box in here, so you could like have something to compare it against. I don't even remember where my wall is. Okay, it's here. Size a little bit bigger. Z a little bit bigger. All right. Something like that's probably a-okay. Probably. Yeah, that'll do. Syriac inspired thumbnails. I should have actually looked at Syriac. If you don't know Syriac, you have my permission to leave the stream to watch some Syriac videos. That is some good animation. It was they were more Monty Python inspired, which is like an old 80s British comedy show. So it's like a sketch show. All right, let me collapse that. And yeah, trying to like think of how I actually want this to be. For a start, I don't want that much randomness. That is really falling down. Let's go for something a little bit straighter. And then my window, I just want it to have like some, they're called keystones over the top. And then we have like one in the middle. And then I want to have some down the side. I'm going to have to manually, am I? No, I can just offset every other one. I can rotate every other one based on the index. Thank goodness. And then a windowsill. So that's going to cover all of my rough edges. I just need to position stuff in the right place. This like workflow, doing everything super procedural, you just wouldn't do it in real life because there's faster ways. You know, like me making this modular wall, I would just model it because it's quicker. So let's grab a line. And then I can instance a cube on it. So let's do this. Got our line, I can move it across in the X a little way. And I will instance, oh, maybe I should have, yeah, endpoints. So if we're going to wireframe here, and I'm going to pull this up, and then also here's another little thing. I know a lot of people don't actually know this. If you Control C over, like you don't have to click stuff to copy it, you can just like hover and press Control C. I feel like this is something that, because Blender people just kind of do it, but you don't really talk about it in videos, but then people, it's like such a useful speed thing for beginners. Hey Simon, just saw you jumped in the chat there. Thought your stream was really cool earlier. And are you posting yours on Twitter? I feel like I didn't see it come up on my feed. Or maybe are they going out on the official Blender Twitter? Let's go ahead and instance on points a cube. And make it a little bit smaller. I need fewer points here. This is too many. So I'm sorry this isn't very visible. Oh, I can probably just, there we go, that's fine. So I want some of these to be like this. Maybe I should instance them on the corner, because then when I scale them, it'll be a little bit easier for me to do stuff like just modulo the index. I was thinking of just rotating them, but they still need to be offset. So let's go for round numbers here, 0.6, 0.3, and 0.3. And then I will move it over 0.15. Just so that like the rotational center makes sense. Minus 0.15. There we go. And now I can use an index node with a math node set to modulo. And if I modulo at 2, right, you're going to get 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. And then you can just go ahead and use a map range. Map range is like so good. Right, and we're going to go into the rotation here. So vector combine. We want that in the Z. There we go. So now you can see some of these are flipping out, and we just want to go the other way by minus pi by 2. There we go. Cool. Offset stonework. And we'll be putting a window in here, a window frame, so I don't need to worry about stuff going behind it. That is absolutely fine. Now I would kind of like to bevel these. But I don't think there's a convenient way. Unless I use a sphere and like clamp it. So this is like a really, this is like the vector displacement approach to making a cube out of a sphere. So hats off to Gabe for showing me this one. But you basically just take something like an icosphere or a UV sphere. I'm going to use an icosphere. And then with a set position, so geometry set position, and you just take the position. Oh wait, the input position. Maybe I put this on my quick favorites. And a vector math node. So you can set the minimum position, which is going to be like, in this case, minus 0.5. And then immediately afterwards you put the maximum position. So you're basically clamping it. So this time 0.5. And then if I set this to be my offset, I did that wrong. I'm just going to switch these around. So my maximum and my minimum go that way. So now you can see that I have a box, but it's kind of also like, it's a sphere, right? So I can actually, it's a really jank way of working, but you can lose some of your edges doing this. Like on corners and things. I don't know if it's good. If I just wireframe, you can see you have so much additional topology. Is there any way to instance an object in the middle of a face and then let the area of the face determine the scale of the instance? No. But you can instance something in the middle of a face. I don't think there's any way for people to... I don't think there is. You do basically mesh to points, right? And you take your faces and then you've got your face centers, so that's fine. But there's no... you would then have to do... You'd have to like find adjacent edges, convert them into curves, find the tangent of the curve, use that to align your rotation of the thing that you've instanced on the face center. So that's how you're going to get your rotation. And then, yeah, I don't know how you would manage to get the area of a face, because there's not even like a polygon boom where you split apart every face into an individual object. Unless you can edge split and then bounding box. But I don't think you can. I think this is just going to go around everything, yeah. Yeah, unlucky. That would have been a cool thing to be able to do though. Alright, so I need to just tweak the dimensions of this and then I can use it as my brick. And I'm also going to have it slightly low resolution. I always do this where I end up working way too high resolution and then in the final render it's like 2 pixels. So I'm going to try and keep it a little bit lower. Scale it down in the Z. We want it to be 0.5 and 0.5, I think. Something like this maybe. I'm basically just trying to make them a little bit more more blocky, but still have a little bit of corner and edge distortion. Unless maybe I can just subdivide them and put some noise on it. I remember there was a thing a while ago where Jesse on Twitter he like selected corners, like edges, instance points, instance things on edges and then used them as Boolean cutters. And that was really good for, your edgeware, but I don't know if it's possible in this new version. Oh, these are huge, aren't they? Let's scale these down a little bit. All right, nice. Looking kind of blocky, but that's good. I want to make another one, and then I'm just going to flip them onto the other side with a transform, and I'm going to join this up as well. Oh, I need this to be, do I need it to be realized? I never really know how much I need to realize. Convex hole would work? Yes, convex hole would work, thank you. That's going to reduce the poly count, which will mean that I can realize these instances. I almost never use this node. Great. Wow, it really is like a planar decimate. What a useful node. Alright. In that case, I can realize these. Maybe. Maybe I don't need to actually. Are these not going anywhere? Do you have to use the translate nodes now? Oof. Looks like you do. In which case, I also need to rotate in the z-axis minus. No, I need to scale them because I want them to be mirrored. Sorry, I know I'm going around in circles here, but it's just kind of a chill stream tonight. So we're -1 in x. There we go, that covers up all my sins on both sides of the window. So that's nice. And now I'll just put a big slab across the top, for which I will, and the bottom, I'll just use the same one. So I'll use another transform on here. And another convex hull. Damn, that's such a good tip. I really should use convex hull more, actually. You can just stretch it out. Move it up. Gonna need to get rid of that bottom block. Which I will use the index for because I don't want to actually move my line because the rest of it lines up. What are your thoughts on SverdJock in comparison to geometry nodes? I think they work great together. I know a lot of people are like, which one should I learn? In which case learn geometry nodes, right? Because it's like the big blender tool. But if you can learn both, I definitely would. Because you're going to see in this month, I'm definitely going to do some of these prompts pretty heavily with SverdJock, I think, just because you can do things like all of the analysis, all of your, you know, even just like lighting, right? You can instance and control lights completely procedurally with SverdJock, which is great. I was helping somebody with something on Discord a couple of days ago when we were taking like an input mesh and outputting creases for that input mesh through SverdJock. So SverdJock was generating all of the crease lines and applying the creases to the meshes so that when they then subdivided the meshes, and it wasn't like making new meshes or anything, it was just applying the creases. So it was actually quite a good way of working. Right, selections, we're going for greater than 0. There we go, that's problem solved. And I just want to stick it out a little bit. And I'm going to duplicate this one. Oops. And this. Oh wait, maybe I just put that before. There we go. Try and not repeat the same node to do the same thing. Like if you can move something back in the stack a little bit, that's probably a good idea. All right, let's put you up top. Great, isn't this looking cozy already? Nice, I just need to build a window for it. And yeah, they would work as trees. For if you've got, so like the round brick thing, if you've got loads of trees at like various distances, for the end of this, you know, like the last section of this month is all about different scales of working. So you can, there's like tiny, and then the last one is huge. And I'm thinking of putting all of my prompts together for the last one and having it like adding an additional one, but having it like, here is the whole world that we've built this month. So for doing that, I might have to like replace some parts with like LODs essentially if I want it to be performant, and obviously because I want to render with Eevee. Even as I say that, I think I'm probably not going to end up rendering with Eevee. I just hate working with Eevee. The light in Cycles is just so much better. All right, what do I want to do? I want to grab a box. You can do a surprising amount with just a box and a translate node. So it's not all about knowing fancy stuff. Although, maybe there is a fancy way of making windows, just with a grid and one of my nodes. Let's grab this, and I need to flip this up. I wish there was a way as well to just like toggle if it's which axis your grid faces. Geometry, transform, rotate in the x-axis. So I've got a grid here, and I can use my pipes node to make it into pipes, although I probably want to make sure I have a little bit more topology on here. So, wait, do I have a... I do not have a tilt in here. That's not good. Let's chuck on a set curve tilt. That also does not seem to like that. Oh, there we go. Lines up at -50. Just about. Oh no, it is fine. 45. Cool. So we have our square windows. I'm going to grab a delete geometry because I want to delete my faces. I only want to delete. Oh, wait, there we go. Only faces. There we go. And then I'm going to subdivide. Now that I don't have additional faces to subdiv, I can just give myself some additional topology so I can pinch in those corners. Probably like that. I just want them to overlap. There we go. And then we can just mix this with the original plane, and now you've got your glass back. Cool. Great. You just got here. What are we going for today? We're making like a farmhouse, and then we're gonna try and make an animation of it like being pulled up into the sky. I don't really have a good way of explaining it, but in my head it's very clear. So hopefully we're gonna get there before too much into tomorrow. I mean, it's 10 o'clock now. I reckon we'll be done by 5. I hope. Anyway, so this is our window. I'm going to set up my set materials. So I've got one for my glazing, one for my window surrounds. And then we just need to make these fit our window holes. Nice and easy. I feel like I need to get back into more traditional modeling at some point. 8-hour live stream. I still have done longer. Oh no, I've never done 8 hours before. I think I've done like maybe 4.5 hours. That was a slog. That was hard work. Because you like really lose your voice at the end of it. 6, 7. Here we go. That is good enough for me, maybe. Oh, maybe I'll put like a string line, which is like a bit of a thicker line across the bottom, so that when you get these like stacked together, And yeah, you'll see like a little bit of differentiation between different sections. And we can put like a slightly different material on the string line. Is it possible to fit that window without transformation? It's possible to fit the window size, but it's not possible to rotate the window or yeah, like position it. You still need that transform. But you can, you know, if I wanted these to be like 3/3, or not 3/3, 3x3, then you can have some fun with that. Set your windows up however you want. It would be cool if we could do bevels though, but I don't think we can. Or can we? Because maybe you could turn stuff into curves and then make like a custom profile. Yeah, I'm not going to do it because it's going to take too long, but I think you could do it. What am I doing? Keep string line. And then we need to do other things, like I need one that has a door in it, or maybe I'll do it with a porch just so I can like put it over the same one and not have to like separate stuff. Hey folks. Yeah, just because otherwise you have to like mask off where you put your door. But if you can make something like a porch which just covers where your window would be, then you can just put it wherever you want and leave the existing one. Right, I need to grab my original bricks, which are here, and I'm just going to use a line. Yeah, just a line node, mesh line. Up here, and let's do this. Don't need the selections. And I'm going to keep the randomized rotation and scale. And I just need to move this into position. I need to also join it to my stuff. Here we go. Alright, here are my bricks. So I want this one to be 0. And then I want the other one to be pulled out in the x-axis a little way, and I might just duplicate this up actually, just so I've got 2 of them. And we also want fewer points. Oh, just, you know what, this is why my nodes are better. Because I can say like, oh, I want to have a line which is based on spacing. Not that the official nodes aren't good, they are a good starting point. Oh wait, let's use mine. So I want these, we're going to be using spacing, which I can bring down to the brick size. I can also bring it forwards a little bit. And I can just extend the number of vertices. Here we go. Cool. Maybe I duplicate it up just so that I have a little bit of a thicker line. Or maybe I do one that's like a bit more decorative. So for this I will use a scale, translate and rotate instances. Yeah, building procedural systems like this, I know it's not the most exciting thing necessarily, but it is just a process of like seeing what you've made and seeing like the next step for where you want to take it. Like when you look at one of these huge node trees, I mean, this one isn't even that big at the moment, but then it always looks like so daunting. But if you actually like work through the process of building up one of these, they are not scary at all. Here we go. It's a little bit more decorative. Cool, so when these get like stacked next to each other, they should actually fit together fairly well because of these like the open bricks. I will need to do something a little bit clever when we get into the corner, but, oh, somebody just said saving. Thank you very much for reminding me. Yeah, I feel like we're like done for this one wall. So I think maybe I just try and like make these the other way around. So if you want your 0 and 1 to ever go the opposite direction, just subtract it from 1, and you can see that you can like toggle stuff. So I think it looks better with like the 3 fingers out instead of the 2. Cool. I never like finishing something because I always feel like I've forgotten something, but we can come back to it if we have. How would it look if we remesh it? We will also need to realize instances. That's kind of too lumpy. And actually we won't get any materials unless we do something clever with masking. Oh no, it's getting way too dense. But it does look kind of neat. I wonder if we can do materials by like selection area then. And I can just like select faces by... That's like getting way too complicated for what we have time for. But I'm sure there is a process in there where you could do that. Okay, so wall number 1 done. I'm going to take I'm going to center this on the origin. Do you want to know another node that I really like? This one is borrowed straight from SphereChalk, so credit to the SphereChalk developers. But align mesh by mesh. This is like one node that I really missed from SphereChalk in geometry nodes. So good. So I can just take my align mesh by mesh, right? And by default, if I don't have a target, it'll just do it around the 0 position. So you can see my geometry input, I'm setting my like left-hand side of the geometry to the top, in this case, of the target geometry, which you could put any target in here. So like if I had a box or a sphere in here, then it would be basing it on the sphere, right? So with it just on 0, it's like 0. But this means that I can now do like, okay, I've got it. I don't need it to be aligned in the Z because they're all just going to be overlapping quite nicely with that like slight overhang. But what I do want is for it to be aligned in the X, not on the left-hand side, but I want it to be aligned in the middle to the 0 position. Oh my God, how satisfying is that? I've spent so much time in the past just like eyeballing stuff to try and get it in the middle. It's really nice to use these nodes because I've been making them for so long and I've never really actually done a project with them. So it's going to be a good chance for me to like debug. All right, so we're grabbing another object now. This one's going to be our porch for our ground floor entranceway. I don't know if it needs steps or if it's going to be raised. SphereChalk in geometry is not the actual SphereChalk node, it's just it works in the same way as the SphereChalk node. I just made it with a little bit of vector math and the bounding box node. So it's just like finding different vertices and doing the delta transforms. Okay, so my porch, new node tree. Make sure you name your node trees because if you end up with 20 different node trees, it's going to be a pain. Why do you keep realizing the instance node? Oh, I didn't mean to keep it realized. That was only because I was testing out the remesh. And I think is that the only one I did? Yeah. Nice. Yeah, no, thanks for that. Good spot. So I'm just going to do like a ground floor entranceway. And Oh, do you know what? My window's not in the middle. Let me just move some things. So this is my selection cube needs to come across. And in this direction. Oh, I really should have labeled things a bit better. This one comes across. There we go. If I'd set this up a little bit more procedurally, it would have actually been a lot easier for me to do these transforms. That's like about the middle, right? It looks about it. Where are these? This one's coming across a little bit as well. I think my window just got wider, so we might have to change the size of the window itself. Yes, it did. There we go, that's fine. Cool. So it's a little bit more centered now. And on your lunch break, damn, I still find time zones so weird. Like when you're talking to somebody, I was having a chat with someone the other day who I thought was in America, but it turned out they were in Hong Kong. And it was like, it was the evening, but then they were like, oh, I've really got to go to bed. It's like 4 a.m. It's like, what? So bizarre. All right, so I'm going to delete my geometry input. We're going to just do this with a couple of boxes. So I need, first of all, a box to cover the window. And then I can make another couple of boxes just for the walls. And then I will just instance something on the surface to make it look kind of bricky. I'm not going to worry too much about it this time. So let's move this up. I wish we could also set this one to be like the cube, to have like its origin on the base on the node. That would be very useful. And then another transform node. So now I can do my scaling. Okay. Make sure we clear the top and the sides. Maybe I can do it like this and then put some of the similar stones at the bottom. Which I can probably just copy over. So that's this stuff. And we want the instances on a line. Which is this stuff. Okay. So I can grab this and this and this and all of these. I should have made it into a group, because then I could have just used the group in both places. And then it would actually be like similar, because if you use stuff in a group in multiple different places, it will be the same values, like stuff inside a group. As long as it's not plugged into the front of a group, will stay like connected, linked to the other of the same groups. Okay, mesh line. And I'm just going to join this up. And I forgot the rotation. Here we go. Control C and Control V. Great. So now I just need to make sure these are positioned correctly, and then we can start just extending them down. Is November geometry focused? I think you're going to see a lot of people on geometry nodes this year just because it's the new big thing. And good night, Simon. It's pretty late over there, actually. I think you're on Central Europe time. So thanks for popping in. But yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be working with geometry nodes this year. Last year it was like all about vector displacement, because that was just like the flex everyone was doing. But I've not used vector displacement in like literally since the end of Nodevember last time. So I was thinking the other day, like I cannot actually remember how it works, just because it's honestly not a very useful skill. You're better off learning the nodes for geometry nodes because you'll probably actually use that. Save, thank you. I do have a vector displacement tutorial. That's true. But I should probably watch those. I need to move my line. Oh, I should have used my own. Foolish. Okay. Are we in front? All right, coming down to this other side. Cool, so this is kind of in the right place. I will actually move them very slightly forwards just so that we don't get so much like that Z depth drawing issue. Manu, hey Manu, how's it going, buddy? Just wanted to thank you. Oh, that's very kind. Limited math background. Yeah. I mean, I don't think maths is like one of those like imperative skills to have. I think it's one that you get by doing this. I mean, that's how I learned all of the maths that I know and use, is by doing this. So I think literally just making stuff that will teach you the maths that you need, because you'll come up against something, right? Like with doing the hexagon, and you can ask people. Like the Blender community is so good for just being able to ask people. And if you're interested in proceduralism or maths or, you know, sorting out these problems, I was on Discord last night at like 3 a.m. with pancakes, going through the like coordinate space conversions, doing cylindrical to Cartesian coordinate space conversions. I'm not very mathsy. And he was like walking me through how to do matrix multiplication. And it's just like, it's the community, you know? Like if you don't know something, just ask. But yeah, I would just like jump in because it's so much fun making projects, and you'll find the things that you need to know to get past them. I know that's not very good. Like, it's not very reassuring to just be like, you probably already know, but like, yeah, just jump in. All right. I need to make more of these points. I need to bring down my base. Here we go. And I need 2 fewer. Sweet. That's looking good. And there we go. Now we don't have to worry about the drawing depth. We've covered everything. Perfect. How is this super different from substance modeling? I've never used it, but I would assume probably not very different. Just because all procedural systems are the same. That's honestly, like, once you get comfortable with them, it's the same logic, it's the same nodes, just with different names. You'll just, yeah, they're all pretty straightforward once you get them. Right, I need to scale this one across and translate it. Just so I've got my here we go. My second side scale minus z, minus 1 in the x. Oh, cool. I don't need to translate it because we've already centered it. Man, working on the centered stuff is like such a kind thing to do for yourself, especially in geometry nodes where you have no control over the like origin. Everything is working around 0. Which version am I using? I am using today's 3.0 beta. Yeah. Your thumbnails need tutorials more than anything. Making the thumbnails was such a nice thing to do for those videos. I know they came out ridiculous, but it's because I hate faces on thumbnails. I don't know, it's just not for me. So if I was going to do it, I was going to do it making it obvious it was kind of ironic or satire. Okay, I need like a little roof. I need like a, which I can do with grids, and then coming down the side here. Do I need? I don't need a side window. I can just have this as like a wall on the side. So a couple more boxes which I will instance bricks on, and then a roof which I will instance tiles on. Nice and simple. So boxes, again, cubes. I always look for box because Svertrock calls them boxes. And then I just can't find them. Alright, so we're coming up. Actually, I have one over here. So this is like my source box each time. I'm going to make another join geometry a bit later on. And let's reset that. Scaling things down. Just moving things. Honestly, this process is just, it's just doing the same thing on repeat. I think that's why it's not hard once you can do it, because it's like, to make a model, you do the same thing 100 times, so like you really know how to do it by the time you've got to the end, but it's also not particularly complex, you know, like I'm just moving something now. Now this is exactly the same as if I was modeling and I would like add a cube and then scale it, and you know, I'm just doing that. I've added a cube and I'm scaling it and positioning it. It's just slightly less convenient because I'm doing it with nodes rather than in the 3D viewport. A lot of stuff is easier in the 3D viewport. And this one I'm going to scale in the x-axis because we're working around the origin. And then I can also just put a little roof on. How am I going to make a roof? I need like a little triangle front piece. Yeah. So I think another cube, and then I'll just scale down the top in the x-axis. So let's grab another one. And I'll join it up. And just position it. So I want to come right to the front. I want it to be fairly narrow, or like front to back, fairly narrow. Gonna come up. And then just going to take the input position because I want to separate it by like Z height, and a separate XYZ because I need my Z gradient, and a math node. Actually, I'm going to use a float compare because it's very slightly cheaper to use these booleans if you can. And I want to know where this is greater than. Yeah, if you're already working in Blender, honestly, just stay in Blender. It can be such a pain, like packaging up your model, getting it all UV unwrapped, getting it all sent off to another software in a different file format, and then having to like process it over there, and then you're taking it onto another piece of software, and then you're like, if artists are working on it somewhere else, it's just a pain. If you can get your entire team working on Blender, then you are onto a winner. Right, I'm going to set my position on this box with my selection. I'm just taking my position, which I will scale. Wait, what am I doing? Scaling it in this x-axis, is that right? So I'm just going to use a vector math node. Multiply by 0 in the x, and 1 and 1 in the z. Wow, that really just moved it, didn't it? Oh, because I'm subtracting. Multiply. There we go. And at some point, there we go. We just need to get above that threshold. Cool, now we've got triangle. There are so many things we're making that have 3 points. 3 sides. Okay, so now I just need some roof pieces that I can stick planes on, like roof tiles. Let me actually delete these 2 sides, and I need a join geometry. I'm going to join them together and I'm going to instance on them. I'm not actually going to use those base cubes, I'm just going to use them to instance smaller cubes. So instance on points, which I also need to distribute points. And then I can join this up with a cube. Hey, watched one of your videos a few days back, and I must say you explain things. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Sorry, I was expecting that to be a question, so that's why I read that out. Here we go. I'm going to set this to pass on disk. Minimum distance of 0.1 and just higher density. There we go. I know it's a bit like, I don't know, it's not the neatest brickwork, but it does work. And again, I'm just going to use my random vector or random float nodes for my rotation and scale. If you're interested in grabbing one of these toolkits, there's a link down in the description. So they're at, I think, $15 at the moment. Have I played with the level set SDF branch yet? I've not, but I did see some screenshot that Hans posted when he was developing it originally, actually over summer, and it looked really good. I don't really understand what level set means, but I do know SDFs. Like, all of my selection nodes are based on SDFs, which, for people who don't know, that's a signed distance function. So like if you have a cube, or actually the simplest one to imagine is length, right? So if you have like a point in 3D space and a sphere, you can use the length operation. So any point is just like, how far away is it from 0, right? But if you subtract something from 0, so that your 0 position on that gradient is, say, 1 meter out from the center, then inside that sphere is going to be a negative value and outside is going to be a positive value. So that's what signed means. And then the distance is like the distance from the surface being 0. So yeah, you can do some really cool stuff. Stuff like ray marching depends on signed distance functions. I need a random float as well, just for my brick size. Here's one. You wanted to get a grip of GeoNodes for Nodevember. Oh, yeah. I hope you had a chance to dive in that case. I was really like, the reason that I put out so many videos in such quick succession was because I could just see Nodevember was coming, and people really needed to. I want more people to know geometry nodes because I want people to come up with cool things that I can try. I feel like people think it's more philanthropic than it is. I just want to see people make cool things. You're using B3, the Noodle add-on. I'm still using a lot of Node Wrangler shortcuts like view and like the quick connections. But if you like click on something and then you press V, this is the Noodler one, and the like J to frame stuff. I just need to get used to it a little bit quicker because it's I mean, I will do because it's Nodevember. All right, this variation is way too big, 0.05. I know it's a little bit like shambles, but it's probably all right. It's going to be out of camera view anyway, so I don't know why I'm spending so long. I just want to give it a little bit of a tile roof. So I'm going to actually use something that Simon did on his stream, which is to take a grid node. Let me hide the wall. Take a grid, which is subdivided in one axis, and then we're just going to take the center point. So in this case, where x equals 0, and I'm going to move it up. He actually did something the other way. He did like absolute so that he can move the sides. I'm just going to move the middle because I want to pull the middle up. So geometry, set position. You see stone at last. Yeah, Bassam, he's been asking me for this like crazy paving pattern. It's not quite crazy paving, but like, I don't know, it's like recursive subdivision, but also in a weird hand positioned layout. It's not very easy to make procedurally. I do occasionally try it though, so I have continued the effort. Input position, and then so I want it to be where, so separate x, y, z. I need my compare floats to find out where it's 0, where my x is equal to 0. That's my selection, and I can offset it up. And there you go, instant house. Just join this up to my join geometry, and I just need to move it into position with a transform. So we're going to come up in the Z. I need it to be wider, something like this. Actually, I need it to be slightly wider than the actual walls, don't I? In which case, I'm going to need to move my triangle as well. Move this up a little bit. Where's this one? So this one is my triangle. There we go, something like that. And I can just put a bunch of tiles on here. Maybe if I subdivide it, then, yeah. If I subdivide it, then I can actually just, oh, do I need to capture an attribute? In that case, right. So I'm going to subdivide it by need to have this absolute. Oh, and that's on the selection. So I need it to, sorry, not be on the selection. I need it to be on my offset amount. So I can do this, combine X, Y, Z onto my Z, set this up like this. And now, here we go, 0 and 1. Great. So now I can just put things on the actual points, and they'll be a little bit more regular, which will hopefully help. Day 1 for the prompt is, yeah, 3-sided. But if we've got some additional prompts, so me and some people on Discord put together some additional prompts for people who wanted like a narrower thing. I know it can be really difficult if you don't have a project you want to work on, or a, yeah, or if you just want to, you know, dive in and actually just start making something. You don't always want to be stuck looking for prompt ideas. So we came up with some, if I can just find it. It is on our Discord as well. So we've basically just got 30 words that you can pair up. Think of it like a buffet. So if you do want something that's a little bit narrower, you can just grab one of our words and yeah, use it to inspire something. I know last year I definitely wouldn't have got so far through if I hadn't had a more precise prompt list. Like, I feel like I'm in the right place now to be able to just kind of run with whatever. But yeah, So we made that if you want to use it. It's also on my Twitter if you want to grab it there. And Instagram. All right, let's grab an instance node, instance on points. I'm just going to be instancing boxes, cubes again, because I need this. I need the thickness. Ideally, I would do this with like planes, and then I would solidify them, but such is not the way. So I need to do my rotation based on the X position. So there's a mode on the math node, which is sign, and this basically just returns whether something is negative, in which case it will be -1, or positive, which will be +1, or if it's 0, it'll be 0. Thanks JKR for that list. Let's just like all come through as one block. Yeah, so sign in this case, I can use it to isolate left and right with -1, +1, or I could just use like a greater than 0, in which case I could do a map range and then combine X, Y, Z to make sure that I have it going into the correct axis. Combine, and the axis is going to be the Y axis in this case. So I can do something like that and make sure my tiles are nice and thin, and they need to be a lot smaller. There we go, something like that is nearly there. There we go. Got to get the rain coming off the right way. Where is the link to the add-on with the mini-map? Do you know what? I can just grab it. It's definitely on my Twitter. I know I put out so much stuff on Twitter, so it gets lost very quickly. If I can find it now. It's just called Node Minimap, by the way. It's on Blender Market. There is a patch as well. Oh, that's Noodler. Maybe I didn't put it on Twitter. How strange. Node Minimap. Oh yeah, you can literally just Google Node Minimap and it comes up like first result, which is very helpful. It is an interactive minimap. If you middle click, you can drag yourself around and it lets you, oops. So you can like set the size of it. It's very useful. And there's like a minimum, maximum. So if you're, you know, like it'll fit to your node tree, which is always very nice. And you can change the position bottom to top. And you can also change the nested levels. So you can see, or I'm not sure if you, yeah, you can see now. So we have like nodes inside a frame there. But if I have my nesting levels at 0, then it doesn't show any nesting. It'll just show that one frame. I wonder if it works with colored nodes, because I color my nodes a lot. Oh, it totally does. So it'll show you colored nodes as well. So you can always use stuff to like help you navigate the node tree. Very useful. Sweet. Wait, let me make this smaller again. That is much too large for me. There we go. Yeah, it's really good one actually. What is the difference between Noodler and Node Wrangler? Node Wrangler, just different shortcuts that do different things. There's a lot of stuff in Noodler. Node Wrangler is like a lot more basic, but it lets you do like quick links and stuff, right? So that's very useful. But if you want to do, let me show you one actually. So let's say I've got my map range over here and I want to join it up to my cube, right? So I can go V to make my selection. And then if I press Shift to like join it up to this other cube, then I can scroll through So I'm just using the scroll wheel to like scroll through sockets. So especially if you're going like a long way across your node tree, it can be very useful to just be able to be quite precise about stuff. And as well, being able to draw stuff is nice. And then, so let me just, if I make a bunch of these, and let's say I join it up like this, and then I select a bunch of my reroutes and I press Control B, you can bevel your reroutes. Crazy. I mean, I don't know how useful it is, but if you like organizing your node trees, I think I'm generally fairly neat. But some people, if you look at on Twitter, he's called Celestial Maze, I believe. I'm going to need to have a drink in a second. Yeah, Celestial Maze. Let me show you some actual good like node organization. This guy is so ridiculous. Also very, very good procedural artist. Oh my god. I mean, ridiculous, but it's very attractive. There's so much effort goes into these. With the more like dense node trees, I mean, it's crazy. But they do look so good. It kind of looks like Factorio. Right, I need to probably make fewer subdivisions on here. I need to make these tiles a bit bigger. There we go. He should design underground lines. Yeah, he should. They actually do look like underground maps, don't they? Here we go. Something like this. I probably also want to randomize. Oh, no, I can't be bothered to randomize. That'll do. That'll do. I just move it down a little bit so it covers things a little bit better. There should be wood underneath this, but oh, am I really going to do it? No, that's fine. That's fine. Right. What is next? So we have our porch, which just like plops on the front of the house. And then I've got, yeah, Celestial Maze can just post the node graphs. It's like, I just go for the node graphs. His work's always amazing, but I'm always there to look at the node graphs. Right, so we've got our main porch, we've got our wall section. We need to actually put these together. This house is not going to be super complicated, but that's okay, because this is supposed to be done in a day. So, right. So this is the node setup I did before. This is all of our stuff for the bending. If you ever want to get stuff out of a frame, it's Alt P. I know that confuses people sometimes, but Alt P, like unparent. So this node tree is for the main house, and I think I'm going to use a grid. There was a time when the grid node indices were like so messed up. It would like go around the outside and then it would zigzag through the middle. But I think now it's a little bit better. Have I tried Houdini? I always say yes, but I can't say I've really like given it a try. Like I haven't given it a chance to grow on me. And I'm kind of, it's not that I'm not interested in Houdini. I'm interested in proceduralism in general, but I feel like I just have such a history with Blender. I'm like Blender was my first mesh modeler. I'd used Pro Desktop 2000i before, which is like CAD modeling, kind of like SolidWorks or Fusion 360 now. So I learned how to do that first, but I was making just like weird stuff with it. Like I would make really organic stuff with it, instead of just using it for CAD stuff all the time. And I remember I was trying to make like game assets with it. You can't even like export it in a way that was useful. But I remember I was making like a falling down barn, and one of my friends who now works for Facebook, he sent me a link to Blender. This was like Blender 2.49, and if you've seen the Scintille open movie, that was like the one that came out just after I started Blender, and it's like, oh, it blew my mind. It was like, oh my god, I can actually like, I can grab a vertex and I can move it over there, which is kind of funny that I've gone back into parametric modeling where everything is a lot more slider based. But you just have so much flexibility in Blender. It's so human, the interaction with it, which I just have never found. I hated using Maya when I used that for a year. I hated using 3ds Max. I really hated using Rhino, although I do like Grasshopper, but it's just like unfortunate that it's attached to Rhino. I don't know, I just really get on with Blender. And when I tried Houdini, I was like, there's so much stuff, but I also hate how they name their nodes, like the mountain node. Just call it noise displacement, like, come on. I just want to know what it does. I don't want to like remember cute little nicknames. Anyway. Yeah, but Houdini is great. Like, power to everyone who uses it. And I will at some point learn it properly. But I just want to get to a point where I'm like really proficient with Blender. Rhino's object snapping is good. And to be fair, actually, so is SketchUp's. Like, people slam SketchUp, but if you just want stuff which is if you just want something which can do the job really quickly, really easily, SketchUp is fine. It's fine. Alright, I need to instance on points my object, because we're pulling in our wall. Oh, thanks, Shura. Your first Blender encounter is 2.46. Oh yeah, I mean, do you remember the old interface? For people who don't know, the Blender 2.4 series, I think it changed with 2.6, but like the bottom bar, it was, I don't know, like looking back at it, I'm kind of impressed that I stuck with it. Yeah, Rhino without Grasshopper just wouldn't last. It's like carried by people using it for Grasshopper. So I want my wall on my instances. Looking great. I'm not going to use that grid. I'm going to use my own grid just because I want control. Here we go. Oh god, 10 by 10, that was too many. So I want to have 5 by 2. And I want to use spacing because I want to set the distance between things. And now I can just get these to join up nicely. Oh wait. 2 in the Z. Here we go. And I can use that string line to cover my join. So I don't even need to be too neat about it. Great. Oh, gee, I need to do the top of the building, like the roof. Do all my windows. There's still so many things on it I need to add, or I want to add. But this is looking cool already. So I want it to be instances. Keep stuff as instances as much as you can. Ooh. Oh. That shouldn't be happening. Wow, it's literally, I'm losing my windows when they come out of my, for goodness sake. We're going to start a bug list. This is the good thing about making bigger projects in Blender, with these experimental tools. And it's a beta, it's still kind of experimental. Just be aware that things do break. And it's a good excuse to start sending in a few bug reports. The art of code is here. Is this the real art of code? Damn. I feel like I've learned so much from them. Disappear from viewport. Does this only happen when it's an instance? It does. That's so bizarre. It happens on both sides as well, so it's not like a normal drawing thing. How strange. All right, I'm going to stick a door. Yeah, I'm going to grab, another instance on points with another one of these for my porch, which I will select. I expect index number 3. So just use an index and a compare floats, which I'm going to add to my quick favorites. And I'm going to go for where it's equal to 3. Oh, 2, sorry. Yeah, amazing. Automatic windows opening. Great to let the air in. Oh no, are we intersecting? Oh. Do I need to move that down? Yes, I probably do. So I'm just going to grab the 2 walls and the roof. Do I have them convenient? I basically just want to move everything except from these back pieces down. And those back pieces are separate. So I'm going to come out of here. And I'm going to pull you to the end. And then I'm going to join those back. So now I can just translate at the end here. Geometry, transform, move these down. There we go. Great. So now, that window popping. God, it even happens in my... Okay, it's fine, it's fine. I want a gutter. That's going to cover my roof joining. And then my roof, which I can use probably another brick wall node for. Yeah. All right. I'm probably going to... How long has it been so far? 1 hour 45. I'm going to make a gutter and a roof, and then I'm going to pause for 10 minutes to stretch my legs and get a drink. But then I'm going to come back because I've got like a whole world to build. So just so you're aware. So I'm getting into my main house again. We're going to put the gutter together in here because that's just going to be a spline. And then I'm going to put the roof as well. Sean Becker, yeah, go ahead and ask. So I'm going to use a brick wall node, generate a brick wall straight, just because this automatically gives me my offset everything. I can just join this up. And I don't even know where this is. Oh, is it? Yeah, it's right in the middle. So I want this actually to be aligned by the wall. I can use that align mesh by mesh. So what about this is going to be 3-sided? It's going to be a 3-sided courtyard in front of the house. It can be as open as you want. Interpret it how you want. I'm just kind of wrangling the prompts into whatever I want to make, which is it's fine for you to do that. So I'm aligning the top of my main wall to the, or I'm aligning the bottom of my points for my roof to the top of my main wall. And I'm also going to center them. So X is going to be centered. There we go. Nice. Yeah, with the prompts, you don't need to be too worried about like keeping specifically to them. The idea is that, so last year, if you were following along with it, people basically made like 2,000 cookies, and then the next day was like candy and then fruit or something like that. And everybody was making very similar stuff, right? So granted, there's going to be a lot of people this year, at least for the first couple of days, I think, who are making like a triangle, a square, and being very explicit about the prompt, but you can push it as far as you want. And I think you'll definitely see with some artists, I don't want to say like, yeah, so like, I think older artists or people who have a little bit more experience about like making their own briefs, it's like, especially if you've had clients, right? Making your own brief, pulling your own brief out of a client is like such a skill. So yeah, just kind of do whatever makes the most sense for you. And I'll bring it up again, but there's if you do want some more specific briefs, we have on Discord, we've got a custom like 30 additional brief words if you want them. As it's going to be posted as a video later on, it will be available full length for Patreons, and it will be available as a time lapse publicly. Okay, Sean, I was experimenting with creating random interior building layouts with hallways and doors using some pre-made parts. Do you have any advice where you would start to approach doing that? It's kind of tricky, to be honest. You need like rules. It depends how you do it, right? If you're doing, because we don't have any extrusions and things, you're going to have to do everything with booleans. Like if you want a door, you're going to have to cut a hole. If you want a, I don't know, if you want to turn a corner, you're going to have to like articulate how you make stuff turn corners. I think it's going to be really difficult at the moment. If you were doing like 2D floor plans and you're randomizing stuff, and if there was a way of doing like a 2D crop, that would be a lot faster. And I think a lot more viable as well. I mean, how specifically, it depends what kind of outcome you need. Like if you're making game layouts, for example, you need to actually have these spaces navigable. So you need to like, it's like making a maze procedurally. You need to have the start and end actually linked together. So I actually have no idea how I would go about doing that in like a fully procedural layout. Like instancing the parts is fairly straightforward. That's just like, like I've been doing here. But actually getting the layout to be functional, I think that's going to be an interesting challenge for you to solve. I know, sorry, that's not a very helpful answer, but yeah, good luck. Good luck. So that, oh Jesus, brick width. I need my wall length to be a little bit longer. My bricks are going to be slate sized, which is about 40 by 40. Oh wait, not 40 meters by 40 meters, 40.4 by 4.4. Is this house really small? Have I made a very tiny house? Let me just use another align mesh on here to get this centered. That's coming up too high. I need a regular mesh, regular transform. No, it's not too bad. this is like normal person height, right? Something like this. Wow, they look suspicious. So I guess the floor level is going to be a bit higher anyway inside. Okay, I think that's fine. Is it possible to make an interaction between geometry nodes and fluid sim? Yes, maybe. I mean, yeah, because your fluids are actually just modifiers, so you can stick them after. I don't know how like interactable you can actually make stuff. I feel like with vertex groups, you have to use modified geometry. You can't make a vertex group on a generated geometry. Not one, at least, that I found has worked with. I tested it with cloth sim pinning, and I couldn't get it to work. So, there we go. Add a banana for scale, yeah. How do you laser connect two geometries to auto add a join node? Control, Shift, right click and drag. And it will create a join node. This is actually the same for everything. If I find two, let's do it with math nodes. If you Control, Shift, right click and join these, it's going to join it with a math node. And I believe vector math should do it with a vector math node. Yeah, so it will use the similar node, but Control, Shift, right click and drag, yeah. What am I doing? What am I doing? I need this to rock over backwards. And then I need to instance some things on it. So let's use another transform. We're going to be rotating it backwards in the x-axis. If you're wondering how this is sticking, by the way, to the top of the wall, it's because of that align mesh node. Here we go, and I'm also going to bring it forwards a little bit so we've got some overhang, which I may or may not need. Cool. Right. I'm going to use a Z count instead so that I can set a specific number up here. And then I just need to instance on it. Let's make these a bit lumpy because we might actually see some of the roof sites. Oh, those windows. It's scaring me how they disappear. I think it is alright. But, yeah. Okay, instance on points. A cube, primitive. Cube. See, this is where I'd like to make 3 different cubes and instance them as a collection. Like, I need to be able to mark stuff as instances so that I can use the pick instance option. How experienced am I in Houdini? Like, a day. Like, one day. I can make something super simple following a tutorial. I mean, the hardest part is just like learning the navigation, because when you're used to all of the shortcuts from Blender, it's like gets pretty hard to suddenly skip over and use something else. Is it possible to use geometry nodes for Boolean operations on multiple objects? For example, a group of 4 randomly positioned objects cutting out of 4 other randomly positioned objects that intersect. I would assume so. Let's give it a go. So if I have a grid, and I distribute points on the surface, distribute points, and then I can instance just like an icosphere, which I will make a lot smaller. Couldn't use I gotta try that, what Astrid just said. If that works, that's like game changer. That's going to make Nodevember so much easier. I want to do 2 of these. This one's going to be different and offset in the z-axis. And then I'm going to use a mesh boolean. It's going to say cannot do it because there's no realized geometry. So it also needs to be realized. Yeah, you can totally do it. Could you use that to make your brick walls so there isn't so much unnecessary geometry? My brick walls are actually just cubes. So they're actually fairly, I'm not going to say lightweight, but they're not super heavy. But yeah, I mean, I think the only thing that you could do that would be really less intensive than this would be to just use a texture. Wait, let me have a look at this what Astrid said. So couldn't use an attribute to filter out geometry that you don't want and just randomize the selection per instance. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you actually said and thinking of it in a different context. So I'm not sure if I'm about to do what you mean, but I'm going to try and use setting the ID on various things and then masking points to a specific ID. I'm going to have to use a few toolkit nodes. That building looks like your former school. Well, this must be a pleasure for you then. Everyone loves going back to school. Right, let me make a couple of different things. So a cube, a cylinder, and an icosphere. And each one, set ID. Yeah. So I can set each one of these to have a specific ID. In the bottom right of your, this is a custom add-on, yeah. This is the, do I still have it in my clipboard? Yeah. That is the minimap. Good afternoon, Jazzy Whiskey. It's fairly late here. 10 past 11. Where am I? So I need to come back here. I'm going to use an input integer. And I'm going to use 3 of these. So I'm just going to set 0, 1, and 2. And then I'm going to join these together. And then I'm going to instance them all. And then I need a random value per thing. Okay. So if I had a grid, like so, and it's a little bit bigger, and I distribute points on this surface, I'm going to show you a method to get attributes to your instances. It's really janky, but it works. So we've got our points, and I'm going to instance on points, just all of these, right? Oh, I need a bit more space, or I need these to be smaller. Let's go with more space. All right, so each one of these is a cube, an icosphere, and a cylinder. My cylinder is way bigger. Come on, 0.5 and 1. All right. So each one of these is 3 objects, and I need to mask them out individually, which means I need a random value between 0 and 2, so 0, 1, or 2, to select which instance it's going to show per point. And right now we can't just use the index, because if you use the index, it's going to, well, for a start, you'd have to realize this, and then it's going to use the index of all of the points in order for all of your different things. It's going to be like it's one thing. So what we need is an index per thing instead. Maybe I'm not making sense. So to do this, what we need to do is we use an instance scale instances node, and we scale our instances down to 0. So we won't see them, but they are still there, but they're in a specific location. Now what we can do is we can realize these so they become real geometry that we can write data to. So realize instances. And then we can do an attribute transfer from before. So now we can do, and we can do it by proximity, right? So attribute, transfer attribute, we're going to come from our points as the target. And I'm going to just use white noise texture, which is going to output a value between 0 and 1 per position, per individual one-dimensional point. So I can plug this into my attribute, and now I need to capture the attribute on my scaled down realized instances. So we can use a capture attribute on here. All right, so now each one of our instances, oh wait, and we need to change this to nearest instead of nearest face, because there's no faces in our target geometry. So now we have this value, a random value captured per instance, but obviously we can't see our instances anymore, and we can't scale them up because they've been scaled to 0. So what we now need to do is we need to transfer them to the original ones, right? So these ones, after they've been realized, and because, you know, these are both working in parallel, nothing has happened to the geometry. They have the exact same index order. And this is really important because it means that we can transfer by index with another transfer attribute. So I'm going to take my scaled down ones where I've got them captured. This is my attribute transfer. I'm going to set this to index because we're going from index to index and it's in the same order, so it all works. We're going to be transferring that random value attribute that we just made. And now we have it. Now we have it. So I can set this. Right now it's between 0 and 1. I need it to be between 0 and 2, so multiply. And now I need to make a selection from that index. Maybe, I've never actually used those ID nodes, so we'll see if this is the right way. So where the ID equals this, which I will use a float to integer. Floor or round? I'll just round these. So wherever these equal, that is the selection. Oh, I really hope this works. This will be so good. So I need a compare. So where do these equal? And this will be our selection. And because we're using a delete, we actually want it to be not equal. So we want to delete everything except from the thing that we want. I really hope this works. This will be so good. Astrid, you're a genius. I can't believe that actually works. God damn. Okay, let me make this full screen and just let it like resolve for you so you can see it properly. Does the math node not have a modulo operator? It does. However, modulo only really works if you have items which have a single, like if you're using it to go from like a line, right? If you've instanced a line that has 3 vertices and you have 1,000 of them, you can just modulate the index by 3 or by 2 because it'll be 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. Oh wait, no, maybe that is by 3. Anyway, the point is that all of those lines are the same length, so they all have the same number of points. So in that case, you can use the modulo. But in this case, what we've done is we've got a cube which has 8 points, and a cylinder which has 64 points, and an icosphere which has some other number of points. So we're able to use the set ID to make it work. True VFX, you knew it would work. I hoped it would work. I mean, if it didn't work, I was just going to capture a different number. I was going to use capture attribute. But, I mean, setting the ID makes this so much simpler. We don't have to pass around loads of extra stuff. Matisse. Hey, Matisse. Matisse is like an amazing Twitch streamer who does some really beautiful, just strange streams. But yeah, you should check out Matisse on Twitch. Will this file be available? The whole file with the house and the Nodevember stuff, that's going to be available to Patreons, probably in like the $5 or above tier, just because it's full of my toolkit nodes. But I will make this section. Oh, Astrid, so good. I will make this section just available, or I'll post it on Twitter or something, just so that people know how to do this to get the random selection. Maybe I'll make a video on it. This is like such a good quick tip. Okay. I've like lost my train of thought. Random item selection. There we go. In fact, if I group it, I can... Oh, it totally just disappeared. Let me select all of that. Control G. There we go. Alright, just so I've got it separately. This would be a great demonstration file onto the ETK. I mean, it would be, but it's also going to contain most of the ETK. So I don't want to be like, buy my nodes, but also here are them for free. Right, let me just rotate these, and I'm going to take like a 10-minute, probably a 5-minute like stretch break, because otherwise I'm going to like cramp up and lose my voice. But we're just going to rotate these instances in the x-axis here, just until we have a roof. Great. Okay, that's nice, isn't it? Cool. 4:30 AM out. Yeah, that is fine. Thanks for popping in. Oh, make it available to people who bought it. That's a good idea, because I do need to come up with some examples for the documentation as well. Right. I'm just going to go on hold for a few minutes. So feel free to stay around. I will be back in like, 5 minutes. I'm going to grab another cup of tea. Hey folks, I'm back. And also I just took that node setup for making random stuff and then setting up your IDs and then being able to select by random ID. Things dynamic. I did wash my hands, thank you. So if you want that file, it's wherever the chat is. So I just dropped it in there, or if you're on Discord, I just dropped it in the resources channel on the Discord server. So there you go. Hey, pancakes. We're cooking a building. I realised I haven't given it floor plates, and I need to make sure. Oh, damn, we got 2 pancakes right next to each other. Yeah, I need to actually try bending this now. We were gonna put on a bit of a gutter, so I might just do that real quick. So all I'm gonna do is I wonder if this happens in other builds. This window thing. It's very strange. Oh, it's like, oh, I wonder. So the part of the window that is disappearing is also the only part of that node tree from that original object that is not itself an instance. So I wonder if that's having anything to do with it. Let me just make a note of that. Okay. Do you think the effect of an object vacuumed into another? How do you mean vacuumed? That's quite a broad thing. I mean, here's an example of Celestial Maze doing the opposite of a vacuum. It's kind of like spraying out those cards, if that's what you mean. Yeah, just out of curiosity, how many people in the stream are, how many of you are actually taking part in Nodevember this year? How many of you are jumping in? Jed, that file, the one that I just shared, that one is for Blender 3.0 beta. You will need the beta version, but it should work. It's yeah, the prompts this year, it's almost like controversial. I feel bad that it's controversial because it's like everybody wants freedom, and then when you get given it, it's like, this is too much freedom, I can't handle this too much freedom. And it's like, yeah, you just, I don't know. When you get into the flow of just botching stuff together, I think it's alright. Alright, I'm going to throw in a gutter and then I'm going to try bending it and see how much breaking we get. Not every single prompt unacceptable. No, I think it's healthy just to do the ones you want to do. If you don't have time for all of it, then just do the bits you feel comfortable with. In the previous random setup, why are parts of the geometry Sorry, Sam, can you rephrase that? Or maybe I just... True VFX. We're going to, but then saw the prompts and they were too vague. Yeah. I mean, I've got my prompts list, so if you wanted to just grab prompts from my list, you could do that. But yeah, I'm just doing it like building this world, so it's like a continuous project. So by the end of it, the I should have a thing which I can look back on and be like, this is Nodevember, and you can like walk around it and I can make videos about it, and I don't know, I might try and do some sort of release, because I've been wanting to try out Sansar, which is this like social VR platform, which you can also sign into on the desktop. So I really want to test out making like an environment. And actually, if people are interested, I'm going to be running a hackathon in, just while I have people here listening to me, I'm going to be running a hackathon for basically building an environment, building a kind of game environment where everybody gets to take part and build a part of this space, and that'll be based in Sansar. So yeah, we will be running that on Discord in December. I'm going to say December. I really want to do it before New Year. It can be like we did a Christmas card last year, so this can be like this year's version of that. Alrighty then. Well, that's cool, but I don't know why it's done this. So weird things have happened. I mean, the bending is intentional, but the Dynamic says, is it possible to randomly scatter random buildingscapes on a surface, each with random details? Yeah. I mean, you would need them to be pre-made. Like, I couldn't have factors in here which like change dynamically when you left this as a house. Yeah. Sorry, my brain is like a bit muddled at the moment. I'm just trying to work out as well how we have 7 porches now. Is it 7 or maybe 9? Like, have I just done something very strange with making additional porches? Because there should only be 1 on a very specific index. So I'm really confused about why this has happened. What is going on? Oh, I know, it's because I arrayed this. We don't need the array anymore. Okay, now it's just a normal house bending. As much as I did enjoy that. Maybe that would be a cool part of it. Just like over the top. And then, you know, you could put this into like spherical space. Your voice is soothing. Oh, why thank you so much. Michael Bridges. Oh man, it's like the late night crew. Too many porches. If I change my map range, I should be able to alter the this like sharp fall off. Ooh. Smoother stab. Okay, damn. Damn, Daniel. I don't know why more people don't do proceduralism. It's like, you're just like playing all the time. You're playing all the time. Also, I had a thought while I was making my cup of tea. I don't know if Astrid's still here, but like this is why. That like when she came up with that suggestion to do the select points like after they've been made, and we made that setup that I shared in the link above. This is why Blender is more exciting for me, because that's like new knowledge. Nobody's ever done that before. People have just been like, oh, it's unfortunate you can't do this. But she just came up with it and we did it. Like, that's nuts. I don't know. Oh Jesus, I just did something weird. That's what I really like about working with Blender, is like when you come up with ideas, they can actually be like properly original. They can be the first time anybody's ever successfully done it in the piece of software, which I just think is really cool. Anyway, let me just sort out this weird rotation. Am I familiar with Penrose tiling? That's that non-repeating pentagonal tiling thing, isn't it? I don't think we can do it in geometry nodes. I don't think so. Because it's like, it requires loops. Has anybody here used geometry nodes to add damage to objects like walls? Well, you can, if you had this set up in one node tree. In fact, why didn't we do that? Can I just copy it across? Because we're not even instancing from a collection, we're just doing the same thing. Anyway, the point is that you can just like select when you're building your wall bricks to like use white noise and a threshold to remove them from your selection. And then, but otherwise, yeah, you could, after it's been made, you could delete things maybe that like exist. Points inside a mesh, delete points with like a mesh that you've instanced on the surface. All right, let me go back to the straight wall just so I can have a look at doing this. Oh, these windows disappearing. Very annoying. Is it much worse if I do that? Oh no, it's still kind of fine. So like if I come in here and use a point, distribute points on faces, I will get back on track soon, don't worry. And then I use instance on points. And then I use an icosphere. And then we join these. There we go. Oh, that's too many. Much too many. Ah. I see. I need to realize instances. See, but now I could find where on my original mesh is inside these ones. Oh yeah, for sure, you could use a Boolean difference on your mesh, which needs to be realized. What? I think we might have just crashed. This is why people don't like Booleans, because Booleans are very heavy. I can hear my CPU fan just like spinning up. This might take a moment. It would be nice if we had script geometry nodes, like in shader nodes. Yeah, or in Python. Sorry, in Spherechalk, there's like a script node for Python. So, I might just force it to crash and then hope that I saved recently. Yeah, I was going to use delete geometry. I just thought that Oh, it's fine. I've not been doing too much recently. Let me just make this full screen. Okay. So yeah, let's do it the other way. Let's realize our instances so that we get all of our geometry real, and then point, distribute points at faces. I really love that. It's kind of like, you know, when you do photo scans and it's all, anyway, yeah, like point clouds. Then instance on points, I'm just going to use an icosphere because it's evenly spaced, and we can do something like this. And then I want to do my delete geometry, but to do a delete geometry you really need to be able to make a selection. Excuse me. So I'm going to use my points inside, which is under my masks, masks on my toolkit. So this is the mesh. These are the points. Are they even being deleted? A backface check? Oh, you got to realize them as well. There we go. Oof. That's kind of fun. So this is what I was saying about backface as well. Way back. I don't know if many people who are here now were here then. But yeah. This is kind of fun. Let me just grab a random vector. Yeah. Into my scale here. It's cool. It's kind of like it's been cannonballed, which obviously everybody wants that for their house. Multiply. Or kind of like somebody's taking a big munch out of it. So yeah, you can totally use the like points inside mesh, and then oh, the power save add-on. I think that's one by Chip Walters. Chip Walters? Chip with 2 P's. It does look very useful. Although I generally just like Control S, hit plus, and then save. Cool, so yeah, we can get destruction. Do we want destruction? Maybe I do want destruction because maybe I want stuff to fall out of the sky when this bends up. In which case having holes in it would be good. But if we have holes, we need an interior, or we need boxes for rooms. Alright, thanks for coming up with this idea for doing the destruction. This is ace. At some point we do need to kind of wrangle this back into a 3-sided courtyard so that it matches the prompt. And do shaders and an animation. It's going to be a long night. Okay. So this is my damage. I want to replicate a standard video as front face for a cube and then shatter it. Is there a way to... Oh, I see what you mean. Because you want it to be like just the size. I mean, you just scale it. Just scale it. That's probably the easiest way. If you set your camera to orthographic, if I add a camera, then you can set, oh, this is for Musk, by the way. Set it to orthographic. Your orthographic scale here is the number of meters across your view, your camera view covers. So, for example, if you have a 2 meter box that you're projecting your video onto, and then you can use an orthographic camera with a scale of 2 and put it in front, and then it's going to like fit perfectly. Proto says, hey, new to Blender, went through part 1 of the procedural world building. Oh, man, that's a long time ago. We should redo that in geometry nodes, because it makes a lot more sense to do that in geometry nodes. Although it was a fun process, but it was just like, that was the last time I did a really long stream. That was like 4 hours. Yeah, that was a long one. Okay, let me just join these up. Oh, join the... I'm definitely having some like draw region errors with my add-ons here. This one is the roof section. Oh yeah, Matisse, you were there for that one. I actually like distinctly remember you being there for the world building one. I really need to get back into streaming more. Like, how's the quality been for the stream? I'm not sure how like behind it's ended up this time. But obviously I want to make sure that people can actually see what I do in the video while it's happening. And this original section is facade. I'll just call it that. Crisp. Awesome, that's good. Yeah, my new internet. So I'm using 4G now, like just mobile data. And it's really weird because it seems to work all right for YouTube, weirdly, even though it's using like 6 or 7 meg upload. But then if I try and do it on Discord, it just cannot handle, like it's just like I can't do 0.2 meg. It just can't handle it. It's very strange. But I guess that means that I can just stream on YouTube now. So expect more YouTube stuff. Oh, and it's not even much of a delay. That's good. My face has disappeared for singular frames. That's fine, as long as the screen is visible. As long as that's visible. Good, 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 good. Right. So what am I doing? Side walls and back wall. I can repeat everything. Do I want to do that? I want to, yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to duplicate this basically and spin it around so I've got like a back of a building here. And then I need to think about how I'm doing the sides. And the interiors. Or maybe I can just like make a plane and do, I have a node for linear arrays. So you can just like, I can make one profile for the building and then stack it. That'll do. Your voice is really calming. Thank you. Yeah, if it's late and you just want to like doze off to sleep while I'm working here, feel free. Be like late night noodling. I'm gonna grab a I mean, we instance it later before the damage. So I guess I'm just going to duplicate it after it's been realized. Maybe? I'm like so conflicted about when to do things with realized versus instances. I still don't really understand it. Late night noodling. Yeah. I'm just going to rotate these around, not local space. And we're going to, oh goodness, join these together. You see, things just like get increasingly offset the longer I work. And I don't know if it's an add-on or if it's just like a Blender thing. Let me just rotate these 180. And then I'm just going to translate them in the, whoa, there we go, the world y-axis. Maybe I should make the roof a little bit shallower and make it a bit deeper. Yeah. So this is on my roof section. I just need to, there we go, crank it back a bit. Oh, God. There we go, something like this, and then we can just set the rotation of our tiles. Great. I just want it to be a little bit shallower. Just, I don't know, around where I live in Lancashire, everything's, you get like a lot of these long, they're called Lancashire long houses, and they're like one room deep and they're long, basically, like farmhouses. So yeah, that's what I'm basing it on. There we go. Maybe one fewer. That'll be fine. Do you know how we should approach geonodes from a production standpoint? For example, if needed for a game project, is it better to make it traditional or to retopo after? Depends what you're doing. I mean, for something like this, you could make, I don't know. It's difficult to say. I mean, there's a lot of stuff which is so like kind of twisted and contorted that it makes a lot of sense to do it procedurally, because you're just kind of mangling stuff. And the same for damage. You know, if you have an item that you want to have 100 different versions of it damaged, like what I would do, generally speaking, is I would have a procedural system which doesn't generate the base thing. Like I would do especially if it has to go into a game, I would do the topology for my base mesh, right? I would design my thing, and then I would have a procedural system which, you know, further down the line will be doing stuff like UV map, sorting out your UV maps, or it could be doing stuff like assigning particular bevels to particular edges, and you could also do like damage, like procedural damage, kind of like how we've blown out some walls here. So I think it's just about having a mix of it. I'm like, generally for my workflow as well, I'm not doing a lot of production stuff. I'm just like, my job almost, it's not really a job, the way that I make money is I play with Blender, and then people buy my experiments. So my process and my tools, like, yeah, my process is not necessarily like production ready. I'm just like trying to make stuff that looks interesting. Mostly Colin asks, do you ever dream in nodes? Yes I do. Not often, but it has actually happened, which is kind of sad, but yeah, there we go. I have had a dream. It wasn't in nodes, it was about nodes though. It was a very strange one. I was trying to catch a train, but I had to like finish this node setup on the platform, and the train was like waiting. It was waiting for me to finish doing the nodes, and it was very stressful. I can't think of why I would have had that dream. Anyway, I need to get my building profiles worked out. So I'm going to use, again, just another brick wall, and I'm not going to boolean them. I'm going to use some maths to just remove the top bricks. Matisse has had coding dreams. Hey, good for you. You know you're owning it. You're really you're invested in what you do when you start dreaming about it. We are looking for the generator. Brick straight. The bricks are... These ones in the middle don't really matter, so I'm just going to use the default bricks, because you're not really going to see them. They're just basically there to be there. So I can join this up to my join geometry, and I'm just going to view the output of this here, and we need to be going in the other axis. So let's transform. No, wait. We need to, these are still instances, so I need to rotate instances around the world space. Yeah, there we go. 90 degrees. Awesome. So I need that to exceed the apex. Although a real house, I suppose, would only go up to the eaves. And then, oh, but I need gables, so let's just do it this way. And then I also need to make it longer, just so it comes out. Hey, that's like perfect. Wow, I eyeballed where I put this, but it's like, it is in the perfect place for these to hopefully line up. Damn. Don't you love it when it works out? Right, so let's do our, I'm not going to boolean, I'm going to just delete geometry for certain. Yeah. Let's grab a geometry delete geometry node and a mask selection plane. This basically just selects like above or below an infinite plane. So I'm going to go inside, I need to realize instances. Here we go. So inside, or no, outside, and then I can move this up. Here we go. And my up axis actually needs to be in the Z and the Y. So here we go. I can do this. I've never used this node like this. It's actually pretty finicky. That'll have to do. And I'm just going to grab another one. And then I will multiply these together. Oh wait, we have Boolean maths. In shaders, I'm so used to doing like multiply or add for doing my masks, but we can actually just use logic now. So I can do this, set where these are both true. Minus 7.3. Or maybe it's or. Minus 0.73. Here we go. That is, if your builders fit your walls to your roof like that, fire them. That is terrible. Cool. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm going to just grab a linear array for these utilities. That's a radial array. I need a linear. Here we go. And we have a start and stop. So I can bring this back to the beginning. Oh, does it actually line up with the teeth of the bricks? Ooh, not quite. Ah, good night, pancakes. And we're going to come down slightly as well. Cool. This is pretty close, actually. I might also send it back a bit. And then I'm going to use the end, so I can set this as an end. If you're wondering how this linear array works, it's literally just a line segment which has a point instance in it. There we go. Oh, this one does not line up, so I'm going to fake it by making it slope. Cool. That's great. And now I need, there we go, spaces. And now I just need a floor plate in each section, just so that if there's holes, which there are right here, I need some floor plates. This is so good. Like, I don't mean to blow my own trumpet, but this is working out so much better than I imagined. How cool is that? All right, floor plates. Let's grab some. Let's name this. I need to start naming stuff. If you're wondering as well why if I'm talking particularly softly, when I went out to get a drink, I realised that everyone in my house is asleep. So it's already pretty late. So I want to make sure I'm not waking people up. What am I doing here? These are my wall profiles. This is my back wall. And here we go, let's make some floors. I want to do them with a grid because that way I can make there be enough resolution, make enough resolution for these to get broken. I'm really interested to see what's going to happen when we start bending this, because we can start like throwing in some noise into the indices as well, so we can like be offsetting different points by different amounts, and so it'll start like the more it goes, the more it'll break up. I think it's going to be really interesting. Oh, and then I need to do some rain as well and make a fountain. It's good. It's good. Blender is moving in a real positive Houdini direction. Yeah, I think as soon as you realize the power of procedural systems and node-based workflow, especially if you're building like a digital content creating platform like Blender are, or like the Blender Foundation is, you just can't really ignore that. You just have to jump on. And I think, you know, they want to. It's not about trying to keep up with trends. It's like, this is actually really powerful. Also, I don't know if anybody else had a look at the, Ton posted it the other day. It's like the year, I don't know if they do it every year, but like they do a review of like the industry and what they're doing as a foundation and the future of Blender. And they were talking about like VR updates and like how Blender should always be an offline thing. Like, and that's very important, you know. It should be, because that's an accessibility thing as well. Everybody should be able to use something regardless of whether or not they have an internet connection. And, you know, certain other software companies do not let you do that because they can't check your subscription. So, like, that's really important. A really important part of Blender is that everybody can use it. But they're also talking about, like, expanding to have, like, a bit more of an online platform where you can start integrating collaborative stuff, like having, you know, like share files and things like this. So I think that's really exciting, especially for, you know, especially for hobbyists, because obviously it's very useful for companies, but there's something about being a hobbyist in the community. And I don't mean to sound like evangelical about Blender, but the Blender community is like the best software community that exists. It just is. Like, Blender is such a good, I don't know, like, it's just such a good group of people. But if you can like have community events where everybody is working in like one super file and everybody's like, I don't know, imagine having a sculpt off against somebody in the same file. Like, you could just look over and see what they're doing in 3D. That'd be so cool. Or, you know, you could be doing some kind of like a round robin competition. If you've been on our Discord much, then you'll know that we do on Mondays a Blender Royale, which is where like everybody spends 45 minutes doing a model based on a prompt, and you just have 45 minutes and then everybody votes on it. But imagine doing that in the same file, or like being in a team and you and your teammates, you know, maybe you're doing texturing, somebody else is doing some sculpting, somebody else is doing some of the like the environment around, and it's like everybody is working together collaboratively. I just think that's so exciting. Yeah, I don't know. It's like multiplayer games, but it's productive. I like it. Somebody just asked if Blender will ever stop being free, and it will not, because the GPL3 license protects it from that. Blender in 2002 had like the biggest crowdsourcing campaign that had ever happened in terms of the revenue made, and it was to basically purchase, I might be making a mistake here, but I believe it's to purchase what, I don't think it was called Blender at the time, but what became Blender from a company called Nodevember, which is where Ton, and if you know Bart, who does Blender Nation, where they used to work, so they basically bought Blender, which Ton had made in the first place. It was his thing, but he bought the rights to it to make it a public interest. So yeah, it was just like an interesting bit of trivia. Yeah, Mixer by Ubisoft. There was another one as well, which didn't get too much attention, I don't think. But there is another platform that can do kind of like multiplayer Blender. A friend and I made an NFT collab while working on it, talking on Discord together. Yeah, it's just so nice to like hang out and model. Too many people do it in isolation. I think it is really social to just like hang out and just like work together and do stuff. Shamuel says, will this stream be available afterwards? It will be available to Patreons, the full stream. And there will be a time lapse which I'll make available. Yeah, thanks Sam. Yeah, the time lapse will be available for on YouTube when I get around to editing it, hopefully tomorrow. Although actually it's my sister's birthday tomorrow, so I might not have a lot of time. But yeah, as soon as I can get to it. See you later. New Media Supply. New Media Supply does all of the Blender add-on reviews. Like if you've ever looked at, it's like I get sent links to your website so often, just because people are sending me like, oh, have you seen this add-on? And it's like every time he's reviewed this add-on, it's insane. Such a good resource. Anyway, I'm making floor plates. Here we go. Let's grab a geometry. Oh wait, mesh primitive. Grid. And I'm just going to join this up and move it. Maybe I can just do it with, oh no, never mind. I was going to say I could do it with, oh yeah, I probably could actually. I'll just do it after. So let me join this up like so, and I'll now use an align mesh. I know it's not as lightweight as just actually making it myself, like just transforming something myself easily, but at the same time it's so much easier. Just if I want to center this in the X and the Y with the center of this one, there we go. And now I can, that's weird. Oh, there we go, center. Just got to fill up this floor plate and then give it some more resolution. X can be a bunch and Y, oh, that's too many. There we go, something like that. Why create a floor if it's not visible in the shop? I don't know that it's not going to be visible because the building is going to be like bent up over the top of the camera. It's going to like basically, okay, so you're in a triangle courtyard, rain is coming down and there's a fountain in front of you. Camera goes to the fountain, bubbling water. You hear like creaking, rubble dropping, and then the camera pans up and the building that was behind you is now like wrapped over your head and like starting to dismantle, and then cut to black. That's my idea for this little, for today, basically. Can I just ask, are you using even a single non-instance mesh in that scene? Do you mean have I modeled anything? No, this is all just done with nodes so far. I mean, it's basically just cubes, but yeah, it's all done with geometry nodes. Blender shows up how the other companies are yeah, not doing so much work. It's true though, because like you see it all the time with, I don't know who uses Maya here, but you can like, you can pick up Maya 2013 now, which is the one that I used to use, and it's like exactly the same. There's a few new tools, but the UI is basically the same. Everything is basically the same because it's like industry standard and it has to support everybody who works in the industry. But Blender, people say, oh, Blender's not industry standard. Blender's industry standard, right? I have had plenty of professional jobs working Blender in professional studios, and it's like, it's there. There's loads of people, especially people who used to use Softimage. You know, they got to the end of life for Softimage. It was like depreciated in 2017 and end of life was last year. And then everybody started looking at other platforms basically to move across to, and a lot of people started looking at Blender, which means that there's a lot of Blender work out there. There's a lot of people looking for professional Blender users, especially production experienced Blender users. Do you have any thoughts on the best ways to earn a living with Blender these days? Start a YouTube channel? No, I mean, just get your work. It depends what you want to do. What do you want to do? If you want to make adverts, like, and TV commercials, or, you know, just if you want to be making animation, then you just got to approach people who are looking for animators. There's plenty of people doing it though. I know it can feel like there's no jobs out there, but there are if you're loud enough and you put work out there enough. Because what you find with 3D jobs is if they've been advertised, it can often be too late. Like, you want to get there before they've even had a chance to think that they need somebody. Because often your art director will be like, oh, we really need a lift with this project. And then to any of their freelancers and employees, they'll be like, do you know anybody? And then they'll know their friends, so they'll recommend their friends, or they'll recommend people that they know from online, which is how I've got a lot of work. So it's just like, make a splash and be really public. Get on Twitter, get on Instagram, get on Behance. Behance is really good. And yeah. Can you maybe show sometime how you added damage to the brick like you have done? I can show you now. So basically what we've done, everything was instances. So we've had to, you see it doesn't work without instances. So we've had to realize instances, and then I've distributed randomly sized icospheres on the surface. And then I've used the delete geometry node, which just lets us delete points. And I've made a selection with my points inside mesh node, which is part of my toolkit, but it basically just finds each point, does a ray cast in each direction. I could set this to fast to make it a bit more performant, but as you can see here, we get this like, everything just goes wrong in the Z axis. So it's better to set it to full, but it does do 3 times more calculation. But yeah, that's essentially all we've done here. But it's just it's like the full building minus some holes, and we can set, you know, we can knock more of it down. Cool. I'm just going to make this go up in the Z-axis by, I think I did 3 meter floor plates. And we're just going for 3 so that we have an attic space. Houdini has had nodes for a longer time, so it's understandable. Yeah, Houdini has been around for like 26 years or something. I mean, it's like version 19 now. So compared to Nodevember, geometry nodes, which started development a year ago, like 1 year. So yeah, just got to give it some time. It'll come. All right, so we've successfully broken our house as desired. It's looking pretty swish. And make the roof tiles look less uniform. Oh yeah, good shout. Let me just grab these. This is my floors. Yeah. Okay, so I can use my random ones just because it's so much easier having that bipolar transform. So 0.32 rad is, oh, that didn't work. Radians? There's like a Python thing to set something. Radians 32, there we go. So it's the same rotation, and we can just, oh, that's way too much. Good lord. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. 0.01, 0.05. And we need to do the scale as well. Roof beams and trusses. I certainly could do, but I think that's probably too much for what we're going for today. As it is, we've probably made too many things. But it's been fun. I hope you've I hope it's been at least somewhat interesting to watch. Alright. Next thing, we want to see how it bends. So we've got our damage. We can plug this into our transform. Have a look at the output. We've got an array on here still. Oh yeah, because it crashed. So it's gone back to our arrayed version. I don't know, man, it just looks so good. There's just something so ridiculous about it. Let's get rid of these two. Alright, let me make a bit of space. So these two map ranges control. This was like, I did this right at the start of the stream, so basically all that's happening here is I have my x-axis, which is the long axis of the building, and I'm putting it through a map range so I can set my start and stop, and on those start and stop points I can basically set an angle for the rotation. So I'm starting at 0 in both times and then I'm like twisting it away. Erin, have you noticed how crazy the artwork on currency notes? Has it? Do you know, I actually have never seen a £50 note, but that's very interesting. Let me have a look. Yeah, paper money, or you know, not paper money, but I guess plastic money. I don't know about other countries, but in the UK, basically everyone uses contactless. Like my phone is my wallet. I just, you know, you tap it and pay. I never carry cash. I've not carried cash for a few years. Map range is to smoothest step. Yes, thank you. That's a good shout. Smoothest step and smoothest step. So that's gonna, ooh, yeah, smooth things out a little bit. We're getting a lot of loss of volume in here. This is why this is not a simple deform. This is just like a really rough and ready bend. It's not working great, but there we go. Really interesting and grateful. Oh, thanks, Dynamic. I'm glad people find it interesting to, like, you know, just to even see it, because it is so, like, genuinely. I think I find it fascinating. This is why I do it all the time, because I'm just like I can't imagine what these things are going to look like. It's like, maybe that's like a weird thing to say, but like you have a certain level of abstraction between what you're thinking of in your head. Like in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, the building is gonna come up and over. But when you actually do it, it's different. Or, you know, somebody mentioned about doing the destruction and now we have holes in the building. I would have never thought about that. So it's like, this is a communal effort. So thanks to everybody who like stopped by and kept me going. Low, and I need one for high, which is my upper limit of the sort of bend. Here we go. So I'll set this to 15. And I'll go into both. There we go, cool. So I can roll this, and I would like a little bit more on my Z here. There we go. I want it to feel like it's rolling. I wonder if, I mean, we've got a bit of better like volume consistency here. I'm going to have to start setting up cameras at some point so we can see things. How about giving a slight jitter to the points, those bricks instance, on as they are lifted into the air? So I can't jitter the points, but I could give some variation to the amount of rotation each brick vertex gets, just because it's like so many steps back before I've realized instances at certain points. So it's, yeah, like that's one thing as well. For me now to think of my node tree and go like, God, where would I capture the attribute to be able to actually carry that forwards? I just don't know really. And you'd have to do a whole bunch of like daisy chaining, capture, transfer by proximity between different states of the mesh. I mean, it would be possible. That's the thing with geometry nodes, is like a lot of it is possible. That's why I did the 101 videos on these three on the attribute capture, transfer attribute, and raycast, because with those three nodes, you basically have complete control over the data, which is very exciting. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I want to create bits of the wall that like fall out of it. This is an amazing stream. It makes me feel stupid. Oh no, it shouldn't make you feel stupid. It should make you feel invigorated that there is so much that you have the opportunity to learn. No, but seriously, like there is so much in geometry nodes, and everybody has like a workflow that's different. You know, you could watch Simon's the next time he does one. If you didn't catch it today, it was really good. He has a really he's just super relaxed and nice to listen to. So yeah, like his workflow is different to my workflow, and his process, like the way that he approaches problems, is different. So I think it's very, very individualistic. I'm glad those videos helped. Will you have to update your geometry nodes course because of the new changes? The current geometry nodes course, I'm not going to update. There is a final video for it, which shows going through the full model in the new field system. It was like a couple of weeks ago, so it wasn't the most up-to-date build, but it's still the same process. I might do another video for that, just basically doing the same thing in December. But to be honest, like I released those 101 videos on YouTube, and I wouldn't do something different for a course. Like that is the information that I would want to give people, regardless of whether or not they're paying. But next summer, so for the next LTS build, I'm not sure which one it'll be, like 3.3 LTS. So that one should have like a much more advanced geometry nodes. Yeah, should have a more advanced geometry nodes system. So for that one, next summer I will do a new geometry nodes course. But yeah, it'll be just like a new one from scratch. Yeah, once you get used to fields, the old stuff does translate fairly directly. Like obviously it's a bit more visual. You're doing more stuff in parallel. But once you get your head in it, it makes a lot of sense, honestly. I found it quite quick to pick up. And then once I picked it up, it was like much, much faster to make stuff. And also read stuff. Like, let me just show you a demonstration here. If I grab let's grab the phyllotaxis. Right, so the phyllotaxis node generates this sort of pattern, right? It's like a flower head kind of pattern. And in here, like, granted, there are a few nodes, but I can follow the maths. You know, I could read this and I could go like, okay, we're multiplying by my index, and then we're doing like sine and cosine. We're combining a vector and we're scaling it by this value here. Compare this to geometry nodes in 2.93. When I was translating these nodes for the toolkit across from 2.93, it just was not a like particularly pleasant process. So there's so fewer nodes over here. So phyllotaxis in here, and it's like, what is this like train of attributes? And because of the way that I needed to store them in a way that I could delete them later, wherever I delete them, so that there's not additional information on the mesh, and like cluttering up people's spreadsheets, all of this had to be in string nodes. And I didn't want to use like 200 string nodes because that was going to be really inconvenient. But it means that you cannot read this information. You can't see what's going on. Shirazan, good night, mate. It was good of you to jump in the chat today. Zero asks, do you have any tips on creating a toolkit library add-on? for my own personal node groups so they show up in every file. Yeah, actually, so my advice is to use the same developer that I use because he's great, but I know he's also quite busy. So if you want to do something, I have no coding experience, but I still managed to copy, and I literally just duplicated it and changed the name. There's an add-on called Node Presets in here, and it's a default add-on, so it's with everybody's Blender. You can just take the, I think it's like the init file or whatever it is, the Python file that stores how this works, and you can change a few key things in there, like the name and how it's going to show up at the bottom of your toolbar, and also to make sure that you have what was I going to say? Make sure that you have the correct flag so that it works in geometry nodes if it's for geometry nodes that you want it. And then that will just show up at the bottom of your toolbar, kind of like I have here, but it'll just be a single menu. So that's how I did mine originally. That was my first incarnation, was just a copy, like a direct clone of the Node Presets add-on. Sam H says, I don't remember, are you using the curve and then the set curve tilt? Do you mean for my windows? Because that is what I'm doing for the windows. All right. Oh, wow, I can't even tell which way's up at the moment. Cool. Oh, for the twist in the building. No, I'm using vector rotate nodes. As much as I would like to have a curve deform, we don't have any way of doing curve deform at the moment, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know actually. There's not an easy way anyway. I would have to do some experimentation with like capturing post and pre states. Because I think you could use like an attribute capture on, oh wait, no, maybe that wouldn't work. I was going to say you could use an attribute capture on the curve before you deform it, but then obviously when you start moving it, that's not going to work because it's going to still take the information from the start. Okay, what am I doing? I need to make some rubble that is going to fall out of this building as it comes up. And the best way for me to do this is, oh hey Hans, somebody was talking about your level set nodes before. Is there a new, I didn't realise there was a new build for those. So that would be a good thing to maybe have a play with for me this month. I really want to try them out. I saw your demos for them a little while ago. Right, so I need to make rubble, so I'm going to instance points on here, like on the surface, and then I'm going to have to instance a line on the floor directly underneath them, so that they, oh, it's in a, oh, I see. So it's not in fields yet. Yeah, tag me when you've done it. Definitely tag me in that because I really want to have a play with that. So with these, yeah. So this is a way that we can make wires with modulating stuff. Hans, I don't know if you were here earlier. With somebody came up with a way of doing. Wait, let me see if I can find the file in my. I think it's this one. We came up with a way, thanks to you, Astrid, who may or may not still be here, of instancing, like making geometry in the node graph, and then having it like you mark an index, you mark like an ID, you set an ID, and then you can instance all of it, and then you can delete based on your ID. Oh, hey Astrid. So yeah, that's just, I thought that would be really interesting because that's what I mentioned in the Blender chat a few days ago, I think, about using like making stuff into blocks so that you could use the pick instances. That's basically what I was talking about, although the way that we did it was pretty convoluted because we were using like 2 or 3 attribute transfers and attribute captures and things. But it's, yeah, like having geometry that you've made within the single node tree as a group, like just join geometry and then instance it, but then be able to take the pick instances and have it spit out different instances afterwards. That would just be very useful. Cool. Right, I need to distribute points on faces. This gives us a lot of points. I need to be using the negative Z facing faces to distribute my points so that they are on the bottom of the building so they can fall off. And to do this, we need a select by normal. So I'm just going to use my, excuse me, my selection normal node. And I want to use -1 with a, oh, duh. Everything has a downward facing face. That's annoying. Maybe I can use an attribute capture before I bend it. Just to, yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to capture an attribute at this point for things which are for y, for values, y values less than 3. So input position, I'm going to use a separate xyz and a boolean. Yeah, compare floats, so my y is less than 3. And this can be saved as a boolean on here. And hopefully I can just use this. Hey, nice. So now I can set this to just have stuff falling off the correct face. Damn, the capture attribute on this thing, once you get the hang of capturing, transferring, and also raycasting, is just so good. It's so useful. Wait, let me bring these over the top as well. And this is probably way too many, but I want to just instance a bunch of lines on here. Less than 3. So gonna instance on points. Wait, is this what I want to do? I'm just wondering if I need additional attributes. So again, there's another node in the toolkit that does all of like a full transfer. So it's called copy on points, and it will transfer it will give you an index per instance, as well as a fact like 0 to 1 across all of your instances, local position, local rotation, and local scale per instance. Cheesy trees, if you were on Twitch, I would give you my Twitch Prime. Oh, that's very kind of you. I don't really know what that means because I'm not on Twitch, but I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you. Let me instance a mesh line here. Should I be on Twitch? I know there's some like websites, I think they're called like Restream, which lets you stream to both at the same time. Maybe I should do something like that. I don't know how much of an audience there is on Twitch. Oh, that's cool. Kind of like a tip jar. Interesting. I wonder if I don't know if they've rolled it out for all creators yet, but I know Blender. I know YouTube has had something. They've been talking about doing like tips for creators based on, you know, like you can send some money. but obviously I'm, don't feel obliged. I'm just happy you're all here. All right, so I don't actually necessarily need any of these just yet, but I want to make a selection of endpoints. To do this, I need to take my index. Where can we get the toolkit? You can grab it. It is for sale. It should be, I think, the first line of the description. I'm not sure I can actually see the description, but yes. Yeah, it should say like Erindale toolkit somewhere. Yeah, I can't see the description at the moment. It should be in there. Blenderhead, hey man, first want to say, love your work. Oh, thanks very much. This live is going to be uploaded for Patreons. I mean, it's just going to be unlisted basically. So Patreons will have access to the full length live, which has had kind of a lot of just me talking, but there will be a slightly cut down, so without all of the extra stuff, just looking at what I've been making today, so that they can that I'll turn that into a time lapse, so that'll be like available for free if people want like a free but quick kind of like a 10-minute time lapse. I've probably only done about an hour and a half of work and like 2 hours of just chatting, but it's nice. I have a course teaching Stonework, and again that's linked in the description, but there's live sessions for that. So for the first 2 weeks it was the first week and then the second week, and now we're doing it on a bi-weekly basis. But quick question, is there a description for each node in your toolkit? If you look at the documentation for version 1, there is a description for every similar node, but there's a lot of nodes in here now. There's like double the number of nodes. Some of them are pretty obvious, like vector inject basically lets you take a vector and replace x or y or z or all of them with any other value that you want. Or, curves has things like pipes, the pipes nodes, which basically just turns every, like if I put it on here, then all of my edges get turned into pipes, So some of them are pretty easy, I guess, easier to work with than others. Some of them are like the UV lattice, which is for converting or transferring a UV from a plane onto a surface, like the UV warp tool in Substance. That's a little bit more confusing. Twitch tips are something you want to not. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you mean. What's the mini VBox? This is the node minimap. This is an add-on, which I'll post in the chat. So that's a really good one. There is a patch, but yeah, I don't think it's being worked on at the moment, but there is one available, I think, for an older version of Blender. And True VFX, see you later. Thanks for swinging by. As for the node documentation, I do have a PDF in the works, but there's like 90 nodes or 89 nodes or something. So it's just a lot of needing to sit down, and then every time I'm like, oh, do you know what would be a really good node? And then I just end up in Blender again. So it's just taking me a little bit of time to make the content. Does that node minimap work in the shader editor? It works. I think. Okay, it doesn't work in Stonework. That's a shame, but it works in shaders as well. But yeah, it doesn't seem to. Oh, it does work in Stonework. You just need to have a node for it to come up. Cool. But yeah, it's nice and it scales. So if you add something, like, when sometimes you add something and it's like, I mean, look how far that is away from my mouse. and it's like, oh, I don't know where this is, but you can see in the minimap that it's just off screen. How useful is that? So I would definitely recommend this add-on actually. Even though I know it's like a paid one, but it's good. I think there's like a discount as well if you use Nodevember as the coupon code at the checkout. Okay, what am I doing? So I'm selecting the top of every line and I'm pulling it down to the ground. So to do this, I have a bunch of lines with 2 points, and after these have been realized, the indices will go like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So for each line, it'll be like an odd and an even, or an even and an odd. So I can use index modulated at 2, and this will output 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, which is perfect because that is like a Boolean selection that I can just use on my geometry, set position selection. Right, so now I can move all of my ends down, and I also want to scale them all in the z-axis so they all go down to like the ground. So basically I don't know how well this is going to work, but I want to try and like make stuff fall along these curves. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to try. I need fewer for a start, and I need to find a way of scaling these all down to to 0. So I can grab my position node, instances, input position, multiply 1, 1, 0 into the position, and there we go. Now everything hits the ground. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, and you know, this would kind of be like scaffolding if I put pipes on it and then bring the other thing back. And if I mix this, boom. Isn't that cool? It's like 3D print supports. Although this house seems to be off the ground, so that's not supposed to happen. So we're just going to grab our old favorite align mesh by mesh. And there we go. Now it's on the ground. All right, I'm not actually going to use these as pipes. We're going to use these as paths for stuff to fall off. Is that right? Use your holographic display to make a fire in the background and then read bedtime stories. Do you know what? I was talking to someone the other day about doing late night tales, an ASMR stream. Because, okay, there's a video on YouTube. Let me just share this with you because this is just, I really like ASMR. So we're going for late night tales with David Tennant. This video is just so relaxing.
Welcome.
There we go. Drop this in the chat. Oh, did I just copy that? I'm an idiot. Copy the URL. I don't know. I really like listening to ASMR just because I find it really relaxing, and I've got tinnitus, so it like really helps. But yeah, I don't know. I think it would be fun to do like a reading stream to like read short stories, especially because it could be like people in the community could submit their own stuff. Like I know it's really hard for authors to get content out. So that would just be like a really nice, chill thing to do. Are you into mukbangs? I don't know. I don't know. If they're ASMR, I probably would be. Right, I need to find a way of making rocks fall down these paths. The food ASMR? There's oh, who is it? I think there's a channel called Peaceful Cuisine that I really like. They're just good videos. They're really nice. I know some people really hate ASMR because they just find it a little bit close. But to be fair, if you're listening to my videos, you probably don't mind it because I have a pretty relaxing voice. I know a lot of people have commented under my videos I love the content, but your voice makes me want to pull my skin off. And it's probably want someone else to listen to you for half an hour. Kate Beckinsale. Does she do ASMR? That would be great. I wonder if there's a different way for me to do these falling bits. I don't know where the camera's even going to be. Make the path splines, get their length, sample curve, factor falling distance times spline length. I think, JK, you're close to what I should be thinking of, which is endpoint selection of a trimmed curve with random trims per curve. But thank you, you just got me back on track. So curve, first mesh to curve, and then you're my Bob Ross of 3D. Thank you. Did you know there's a whole video of Bob Ross with his squirrel? They were nursing a squirrel back to health, and it's so unbelievably wholesome. Alright, curve, trim curve, here it is. And now I can trim the curve ends. Nice, that works. And I need a white noise which I can pull off my local position because this one's going to be per curve. So we can use just a texture, white noise. I'm waiting for Geometry Nodes to start being really unresponsive and slow. But it actually seems to be handling this pretty well. You could make the camera follow the inside of the house that curves. That would be interesting, actually. I mean, even just standing inside it as it starts. Let me make my viewport camera a bit wider angle. I kind of want to have both of these on the same slider. So 0 to 1. Is there a way to visualize textures in GeoNodes? Only by passing it out as an output attribute. I think there are some patches at the moment for attribute visualization. I don't know actually if that's true. Maybe I might be making that up, but I think there are certainly things being worked on for it. Thanks, another Blender user. I feel like I recognize everybody's online names, but then I don't actually know. I don't know their real names. All right. So all I'm doing here is I'm just making sure that I have some sliders. Input. Curve. Let me just make an actual slider here. There is a node preview plugin. There is a node preview for shaders, but not for not for GeoNodes, I don't think. Minus. I'm just making a node group real quick just to give me an actual slider. I wish we had an input slider node. Oh. I don't know if that comes through on stream, but that is not working quickly. Yeah, the minimap add-on, so good, so good. All right, let's bring these back to 0. There we go. This one I think was minus 1.6, and this one was 0.4. It's kind of like when you're in a train You know, like when you're on an underground train or a tram or something. Let me get some stronger sunlight coming through here. And you can see, like, as the tracks move, that actually looks pretty cool. Or the extra long buses, yeah. The bendy buses. Do you call them extra long buses? They're called bendy buses. I kind of want to assign some glass material because I want transparent windows. Excuse me. Oh no, because then I realise the instances, so I'm going to lose the... Maybe, anyway. Let me check how this works. You call them caterpillar buses. That's so cute. They don't move anything like a caterpillar though. JK coming in with the German word. Always so aggressive. What am I looking at? Porch is here. Wall, here's the other one. Let's make sure that we have a few materials. I'm just going to grab a new material. Actually, I'm going to append some real quick. So I'm just going to append... Oh, no, I can't append materials because... Oh, wait, I could definitely append the glass because the glass is actually procedural. If I can even find where it was. So the spur shot course that I have, we have like Futurely. Yeah, there's a material pack that I released with it, so people can use that. Tom, it's Simon Tom's, I believe, but I always end up saying Thomas. But yeah, I think it's Simon Tom's. But I might be wrong actually. Maybe just ignore everything I just said. Material. I need glass panel. And this is going in here. Oh yes. Even though it gets realised, we still maintain the glass. 32 RQ. It is 3-sided. Yeah. Let me do this. Painted window, painted wood. I'm just doing some placeholder materials, like a dark blue grey. Wow, awesome. It looks like things are actually working out here. I might unshade... Actually, no, it doesn't matter. I should do something for the bricks, though. And we need 2 different materials. So I need like the bricks and then the big stones. So new bricks. I'm only going to do simple materials, I think. The Totoro bus. Yeah, that's so good. So this one is bricks and this one is going to be stones. Which I'm going to do similar but grayer. Here we go. Material, set material. Oh, that's kind of on everything, isn't it? There we go. I swear I just did something and something else changed. Oh well. I just need another set material. It can be a little bit different to difficult to work out how you're supposed to segregate stuff. I definitely should have done this earlier as I was working. Here we go, stonework. Manu, I had to drop earlier because I was finishing another tutorial of yours. Thank you. I appreciate the view count. Stones. Yeah, we're not actually staying in the house. This one is just for, it is sticking in, but that's fine. Oh, we've got these string lines as well. I should do those in the stone. The Hex World tutorial. Oh, awesome. Let me check that. Oh, if anybody wants any sound, places to download sounds, I tweeted out a question asking people where to download sounds from, and there are so many good responses in that thread. So definitely check that if you are interested in looking for sounds. Manu, this is gorgeous. That's so good. I love the way it builds up as well. You know, you could have saved this for the day, for the fourth prompt, 6-sided. That's so nice. Damn, good work, man. What's the general plan for the final render? So, yeah, it's basically going to be an animation of a rainy courtyard. I think rainy. And then the house like ruptures up from the ground and like bends over the top. And then it ends. I've done a little bit of sound design. It's going to be like a 30-second animation, so I really want it to be done in EV, hopefully. Zed asks, anyone have any tips on beveling and geometry nodes? There's currently no bevel modifier for geometry nodes, or no bevel node. Yeah, you're a little bit stuck, to be honest. It's tricky to... You could try instancing stuff on the edges, but that's just like such a hit and miss way of working. There we go. Let me just copy this node. Have you tried the EV screen space global illumination? I have. I tried it ages ago, but I don't know if it's... has it been updated? I mean, like, the work that they put out on Twitter, showing it off like that space, the spacesuit in the room with the light coming through, gorgeous. Let's just see what goes where. Okay, that'll do. And then this one can be the bricks. And then I need another one for the slates, I guess. Do I have another material for slates? CG Matt has a vid showing off the limitations. The limitations of beveling, is that? Or I need to catch up on CG's videos. Slate. Yeah, the more that geometry knows... Oh, SSGI. Yeah, if you're just coming back to the stream now, having seen it only at the beginning, it has changed a little bit. Here we go. See you later, Mats. Thanks for stopping by. Let's go back to the main house. We need to find our roof. And let me grab this on here. Ooh, did that just do something I didn't want? There we go. Yeah, the more that we do stuff in geometry nodes, the more important it is that we can modify things like shaders without the geometry, like without selecting an object, going into the shader for that object. You know, we should just be able to go like into the blend file up here, grab the material in here and like double click it or whatever and just jump into a shader editor. I don't want to say like the Unreal one, but kind of, you know, like you should be able to modify shaders independent of the mesh. Just because like now, you know, I can assign materials kind of irrespective of the geometry. Let me go back into my view layer here. I need to find where my, oh, that'll be in the porch. I need to put a stone texture on the back, on these bits. If I can even find them. Oh, that was surprisingly easy. Stones, there we go. Good stuff. Oh, did Max have one? I think Cinema 4D as well has like independent material modification. Just need to throw these onto the sidewall. Damage. And the floors. Oh man, it's been raining here for like 4 days continuously. It's very, very wet. I can hear it drumming against my window now. Material, set material. Here we go, we're going for, these are the floors, so I'll also add a new one for wood. And make it brown. And then the end walls need one. Back wall. Wall profiles. Cool. It's looking a little bit more housey. It looks very kind of claymation. I wonder if that's a direction I should take this in. Anyway, either way, it's looking pretty swish at the moment. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. So, what we're doing up here, talking about the rain adds to the SMR. That is true. Although, you know, maybe more if we had like an open fire crackling in the background. Here we come. All right. So, come back into solid view for a while. So I need to be able to set the end of these. Great, that's looking good. So these are, yeah, coming on the sides here. I basically need to map range. No, I need to add something. So this will be my fault. Let me also just twist it so we can get a better view of this. Let me, I think there's in the preferences I can set my line thickness a bit thicker. Okay, hopefully that should help you be able to see what's going on. So I have this add and it lets me move stuff down to the ground. So if I select my endpoints of all of the curves, I can I instance something on them? This is where I get a bit confused about where we can take a list of vectors and turn them into geometry. We're going to find out. All right, curve. Endpoint selection, that might be what we use. Or we might want the sample curve node. Yeah, endpoint selection, because we can use that for our instance. So let's use an instance on points. We're going to use our, I'm going to make a bunch of different rubble, set IDs. Maybe I can set that into a group node that just does like transfer. randomize instance by ID or something. Interesting. Oh, my recording just passed the 4-hour mark. Thanks to, there's 100 people still watching. Thanks for sticking around, folks. So I'm going to grab, I'm just going to check it's working with a cube for the moment. So these should, there we go, drop to the ground like that. And I should also be able to make this a little bit bigger. Ah, Alex, you can just just do it again. It's fine. There we go. Hi, some of you just joined. It's like night shift. The night shift people are coming in. All right, I need to. Right, let me open another version of another instance of Blender, and we're going to turn the. You should make an animated snake in geometry nodes. It would look very good. Thank you. That would actually be a good tutorial theme. Let me make a note of doing that. Tutorial. Or we could do caterpillars. Or who was it? Late as usual, I think, was doing millipedes a few days ago. I mean, they were gross, but very cool. Those guys on the other shift. Just can't keep track of them. Alright, so random item selection. I want to turn this into a node group so I can basically say that we have our instances coming out and our target. Where? Maybe I can kind of almost do this already. So I think the caterpillar bus. Yeah, we could do the caterpillar. We could do a caterpillar bus with like as many segments as you want, and it'll just keep adding new center, like new wiggly centers. That actually might be a really fun tutorial to do. All right. I'm just trying to work out how would be best to make this. I'm going to make it simply for now, and I may redo it to add it to the toolkit. So Control G. So we're going to go points at the top, instances below, and then we output the geometry, specifically real geometry. Huddick says, I recently got a pen tablet, but while using it in Blender, I often have to switch between it and the mouse. I prefer to get as much as possible done with the tablet alone. I also have a pen tablet, or, yeah, it depends. I mean, is it, let me show you my thing. So if you have enough buttons, I don't know if that's going to show up, but like I have the tip, which is my like left mouse, right? That's my click. But then I also have this one, which I have closest to the tip, which I have set to middle mouse, because in Blender, everything is like middle mouse navigation. And then obviously you've got your right click behind, which is very useful. But then also if you have a Wacom, or I think there's a few other companies that do it as well, then having the tail is very useful. And then back in Blender, there's a couple of preferences that'll just make life a lot easier. If I can even find out where they are, maybe it's in inputs. Tablet. So yeah, your tablet API, if you're finding that your tablet input is actually like not very, doesn't feel like it's very well connected, then try changing these, because I have a pen tablet that only works on the WinTab one for some reason. Oh, I guess maybe because it's an older tablet. Like whereas my I have a Cintiq, my display tablet, that one I just have it left as like Windows Ink. But again, you have like different settings in here, and obviously make sure that you have your drivers up to date to make sure it's as easy as possible. And just think about like how you have your workspace set up, because like if you have to move everything out of the way to be able to get to your tablet, then you're probably not going to use your tablet very much because it's inconvenient, like it's hard to actually get to it. So yeah, I would just recommend making sure that it's as easy as possible for you to use it. But definitely for stuff like sculpting, I would not sculpt with a mouse. Like even though I have to move a few things, I'm always going to like jump onto my Cintiq to do sculpting. But generally speaking, I do actually prefer mouse input. Right, I need an integer input for this so that I can plug it in, so I can set as many things as possible, because I need to know what I'm multiplying my random value by to match the number of instances, if that makes sense. So I need to do that, but I also need to subtract 1 from it, because the index is 0, 1, 2, and that's 3 things. So if I put in 3, I need it to actually be 2. So subtract 1. And we're going to set our minimum to 1 as well. Cool. I will think of the proper naming at a later date. I also don't know what to call this node group. If you have any good ideas for what to call the node group, which like selectively, or not even selectively, but like randomizes, maybe we should make it selective. Kind of like the the instance index. I feel like my brain is so confused at this time. I get like intellectually burnt out from doing a lot of node stuff, but we're going to push through. We want to get to the end of this one. I'm just going to call this one random object selection. Yeah, good night, JJ. 226. Absolute trooper. Thank you for staying around. I'm just going to leave it called that. Okay. So now I can just append that node group. And then search for random instances. Good stuff. So that's my instances, and trim curve. I need to delete some points here. Maybe it's going to be easier if I don't use that. Sorry, I'm not putting my thoughts together properly. Right, so I need to delete geometry, but only the starts of it, right? And that's going to give me the ends. Yeah, so that's correct. And that's now the correct points to go into here. which means that I can now do my index selection on a bunch of different rubble shapes, because I want to have like pretty different sizes. I want to have like, yeah, I'm going to use like different sections of brick wall with different Boolean objects. Hey Jacob, how's it going, buddy? Do you know the channel at all? Basically we make cool stuff with Blender and maths. So I hope you like one of those things. But yeah, right now we're twisting this house up for a bit of an animation. Do I have a random window? Oh no, it's on the back, that's good. And we need to be instancing something. Wait, why has this disappeared? Oh, unsupported type curve. Let me just make sure I'm converting curves to mesh, and then I'll rejoin it. So I can go points into my curve, and then I can rejoin that. Ooh. If I just manually add a join node. So geometry, join geometry. Let's go. Does that not work? Are you serious? Come on. You're still going to say unsupported. Maybe more things have broken than I intended. Right, let's go through here. Right, let's just pretend that the curves do actually work. Or that we can just do like a curve to points. That's probably easiest. There we go. And I'll do that. Evaluated. Cool, cool, cool. So that's all working. And then I'm getting my instances, but I maybe need more things joined in here. Oh, it's because I don't have any ID set. This is why. Can your point selection be on the curve, or does it need to be a wall? Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think it's just because I haven't actually assigned IDs to these, and my node group depends on deleting everything which doesn't have specific IDs. So if I use a geometry set ID node and an input integer node, then it still isn't working. Interesting. Let me do another one. Okay, go, no. It's because stuff was plugged into the wrong socket. Always check your sockets are plugged in. Alright. How many hours of content would you say are available on your Patreon page? Do you know what? I've actually not uploaded any specific videos for Patreon before, but I have got a lot of like the tutorial files. They basically all get uploaded directly to Patreon. Course discounts, product discounts on Gumroad. So there is stuff on there, but it's not like, I haven't been like rigorous with it over the last year. But after Nodevember, in December, I'm going to be doing like a digital content strategy plan. So I'm basically going to work out how I'm going to approach content creation for the next 12 months. Because like there's platforms like Twitch that I've not jumped onto, or TikTok, which I hate the idea of, but might be worth it. So yeah. Brendan, do you do contract work? If so, what's the best way to reach you? Currently, I'm not taking contract work because I took a lot in the last 12 months and I have a lot of personal projects that I want to work on. So my apologies. But there is like a lot of really smart people. If you join my Discord, I don't know, can someone check in the description if my Discord if the invite for the Discord is there? Because that would be very remiss of me not to have put that in. Oh, maybe I can edit it in actually. Give me one sec, because there's a lot of really good people on the Discord. So if you want to find people who have, a similar interest to me in procedural nodes and just generally being proficient at Blender, I'll put it near the top. Here we go. It's just underneath the geometry nodes link. There you go. Hey Johnny, how's it going, bud? Yeah, your developing is going well though. So good to see so many of the nodes coming through. Do I like Windows 11? It's okay. It's fine. I like it marginally more than Windows 10, but considerably less than Manjaro. I just way prefer like a pure GNOME experience. But yeah. Oh, somebody replied before, didn't they? Jacob Wilcox. Cool. I'm currently working with Maya for class. Yeah. Everybody in animation learns Maya. Blender's good though. There's people like Sir Wade on YouTube who have done like Maya. Obviously he's like a Maya professional animator and he's done stuff with the Pixar, DreamWorks. But yeah, he's done a lot with Maya. But he's had a look at Blender and I think he's been impressed with it. So maybe it's worth having a look. 3D animation is your future goal. I mean, animation is like a huge industry as well. There's like people like me who are sort of more in the technical artist, technical director side, who are just interested in making, I'm not just interested in making tools, but it's what I probably am just interested in making tools actually. I like making art, but I find making tools is like the intellectual curiosity thing. I don't know, just kind of keeps me going. But yeah, so there's so many different areas within being a 3D artist that you can kind of look into, like being a technical artist or being an environment artist, or like just super specialized in doing photo scans of endangered animals. There's just so many different people doing different things. Right, let's grab a brick arc, because these, we don't have them in the building, but we can probably make this a bit interesting. That was a super specific job example. It's because I know someone who does that. I hope he doesn't mind me saying his name's Gerbot. He did a talk. Actually, do you know what? Let me try and find the talk on YouTube, specifically on photo scanning rhinos. I think it's just really interesting. Gerbot Blender. I think it was at a Blender conference. Here we go. Have a look at that link. It's just so interesting. I think this is what I love about Blender as well. It's like the diversity of people's, like the direction that they take in. It's just so fascinating. Cool. And obviously, like, Joanna who did the 2.92 splash screen or 2.91 splash screen, and it, like the dinosaurs. So their thing is just like making dinosaurs in Blender. I don't know, it's so good. Anyway, I want to do, if you want to make really performant, as easy as Python is and as many things as you can do with it, you just won't be able to You won't get the performance. This is why Sverchok is like a little bit, like I love it, but at the same time, I would really struggle to do big projects on it. Sorry, I'm just checking my phone real quick. I just need to make sure nobody's telling me to be quiet or anything. No, we're good, we're good. All right, so I'm just going to delete random parts of this. Yeah. So let's grab an icosphere and a set position, and I'm just going to randomize it with a random vector. Utilities, random value, set to vector, offset minus 0.5 to 0.5, something like that, just to keep it fairly centered. And then I'm going to do points inside, which is under my masks, points inside mesh, probably with backface. Actually, no, I will do it without the backface check. And then geometry, delete geometry. Everything has vanished. Oh, it's because everything is an instance, so we need to realize instances. Cool. Let's maybe move this up in the Z a little bit. And I'm going to invert this. This is the thing, like if you're using a selection, like on the point instance on points, whatever, you have the selection, which is like, good, it's going to go here. And then when you use the delete geometry, because it's like you're deleting the selection, it always feels inverted. Boolean math set to not. There we go, that's a bit more like it. Oh, I also need to come off center, don't I? So positive. Let's go like this. Excuse me. Unsung heroes among unsung heroes. I wonder if... Oh no. I was thinking about if I could just take this one wall, and because it's based on where I assign different indices, but you would have to like duplicate it per ID. I was just thinking maybe I could like apply all of the indices at the same time. Oh, sorry, all of the IDs at the same time. But I would still have to manually duplicate. But that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So we can come in like this. That's one done. J. There we go. Rubble 1. Oh, I wish we could collapse frames. That would be so useful. If I could just minimize that. I need another, let's say 2 or 3 of these. So I'm going to get like I'm just going to go for some, I wish I could remesh. That would be very useful. Let me show you a quick cell fracture in Sverchok because I just want to generate stuff real quick. So you can grab something like a cube or a Suzanne or a sphere, whatever you want to do. Let's do a Suzanne because it's Blender. And oh, actually it's not really manifold geometry, but we might get away with it. Okay, so spatial. Oh, I don't have my Voronoi mesh nodes. That's a bit annoying. One moment, please. Let me just grab some additional dependencies in here. So the SciPy package. Just need to install the SciPy package and then it's going to want to restart Blender. But then we should be able to do cell fracture. It's a very cool prospect. I suppose that it's up to just trying the tools and ideas just to find what clicks. Yeah, for sure. Like, you just want to try as many things. If you're a student now, if you're at university, then do everything. Like, have as much time. You have as much time as you will ever have if you're now like a student. So definitely spend some of that time on experimentation and trying out different softwares, because even just like, you know, spend a month with Houdini, because you can put that on your CV then as like, I can, you know, you have some skills, you have some familiarity with Houdini. And as a 3D artist, knowing Houdini is like so high on employability skills. Essentially designing the chunks of rubble that we're falling off the building as it twists. Exactly. I'm not sure how like super visible it's going to be to the camera, but I think it's going to be a bit better to have something. All right, spatial. Now I have all of these Voronoi things, such as Voronoi on mesh. Just join these together with V. Oh no, V overlaps with some Sverchok things, so I now have Noodler and Sverchok add-on with the same shortcuts. Might need to fix that. Spatial. Points on mesh. What am I doing? Populate mesh. And here we go, these are our sites. There we go. So you can see, if I just hot swap this, there we go. A completely procedural node-based cell fracture with 3 nodes. This is why Sverchok. Let me say that in chat as well. Are we back? Is it like actually playing? I feel like, to me, it looks like it's frozen. Oh wait, no, maybe it's back. Okay, phew. Panic over. Well, I don't know when it bugged, but I was basically just saying that you all should use Sverchok because it's it gives you tools that you don't need to make everything with Sverchok, but you can use it to do specific things like cell fracture, or using it to create mesh creases on pre-existing meshes analytically. So yeah, it's just a very useful tool set. I'm planning like a series. I literally have so many series I'm planning. I have but one that I'm copyright strikes. One I'm planning is like a general holistic Blender parametric workflow course. Because I've done like a Sverchok course, and I've done a geometry nodes course, and I've done a shader course. But nobody in their right mind, like in a production environment, you would not do like a single one of these things for your entire thing. You know, you would use multiple different tools to do the job in the most effective and efficient way possible. So I think it's kind of, I don't know, it's like what I don't like about schools is segregated learning. Like, you learn English and you learn maths separately. So I want to do this like holistic approach to teaching, almost like a vocational Blender course, where it's like applied Sverchok with applied geometry nodes and applied shaders. I think that would be useful. All right then. So not using Cezanne because that looks crazy. We're going to just use some icospheres in here. Here we go. Let's go up to like 5. Populates volume. And I'm going to go up to like 30 pieces, just so I have a few lumps. And that's probably fine. I should probably also find the center of mass of each one just to move out the, because you can see the origins are all in the middle. Oh no, there's no point. There's no point. I can just do it with like a right click, set origin to geometry. Literally just said that you don't do everything with the tool. Okay, I've now disabled the tree. I'm going to delete everything. We got our stuff. Cool. Origin to geometry, move to a new folder called rubble. And I'm just going to use these everywhere, like these same things. Jacob Wilcox. Those are the best tutorials. The idea of yeah, for sure. I think project-based learning, like I know my YouTube videos are really long, so I apologize for people who would prefer to have like 5-10 minute videos, but I don't know, there's something just, with having long videos, you get to talk in like more of a human way, like you get to be a person and you get to edit it in a way that's like, that still has you in it. I find like with a lot of really short stuff, it's like the creator has edited themselves out, which is fine, like, you know, it's different kind of content, but I just rather have like a bit more conversational stuff. And also there's an opportunity for so many more techniques to be in, you know, like the number of times I've gone off on a tangent today. I just think that it's kind of accidental knowledge, like you just accidentally pick up a new thing. I'm wondering about these bits of rubble now because they're not going to have individual IDs. I don't know how this is going to work actually. I'm going to try. I don't know if there's any way for me to analyze the data. Okay, so I've got my rubble collection, separate children, reset children, and maybe relative. And not that you make mistakes. I make so many mistakes. So many. Let's have a look at this. So that's looking good, I guess. I don't know what... I don't even know what I'm looking at now. So instances, are they they're not listing an ID. I would like them to have a sequential ID though. Hey, Sigma FX. 7 AM, did you just get up? Man, how late is it here? Oh, it's fine, it's only 2 AM. We're good. I've still got about 2 hours in me. Yeah, alright. I might have to not do the random instancing, just because it's... I will keep the node around though. Just because I want to use this collection and I don't know how to get an ID, like a sequential ID set for my collection objects. Oh my god, that's too many things. Oh right, pick instance, there we go. And now I can just do my randomize vector. I just want these to get all messed up. So we're aiming for probably a bit less. Something like that, with some deviation. And then also on the rotation, just go like 0 and we'll set a maximum rotation of tau. TAU gives you 2 pi. And that's all looking pretty adequate. So this should, I don't know which way I'm going. Oh, there we go. Oh, that is not good. I need to like have a specific, wait, can I, oh, if I set this to multiply, I'm basically trying to wrangle myself a specific index per thing, because you can see as I move these, it changes what's there, because it's like, well, there's fewer points, so it's going to be fewer things. What softwares would you say to look at and put some time into? If you're a student, learn Houdini, like without a doubt, learn Houdini. And also, so you learn, you've got Maya, so good, you're good, right? For animation, Houdini would give you a lot of employability and a lot of push towards, on the one side, more technical stuff, but also as an artist, you're going to want to like just do more things anyway. Like you might be like, oh, you know, I really want to do this personal project, but I can't do, well, I don't know, water or whatever it might be, like fire sim or something. Yeah, learn Houdini and learn Marvelous Designer. If you're an animator, learn Marvelous Designer, because even if you don't use it, someone on your team is going to, and it's just really important to know the expectations of the other people that you work with. That's what I would say. How did you start learning Houdini? Geometry nodes. There we go. Is that working? It's not working. I just started with the I basically follow all the patches. So I know everything as it's coming out, which has been so useful. Like I've basically stayed ahead of needing the documentation, because I can see like people are developing stuff and they're talking about it. And also I started learning geometry nodes a year ago. Like my first geometry nodes post on Twitter was the 19th of November. And it was like when geometry nodes had like 4 nodes. There was like a Boolean, translate, and maybe like a couple of other things, but it was super, super threadbare. So I don't know. I mean, part of learning geometry nodes is also knowing other things like sphere chalk, and I've used Grasshopper before as well. Like there's so much overlap in procedural systems. So yeah. Oh, I need to try and find a way to capture an attribute. I wonder what node I might be using for that then. In theory, will this work? I just want to stop. Oh, goodness sake, it's still happening. Yeah, procedural Kate for sure. Capture attribute. Maybe I could transfer an attribute. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, you are just kind of seeing me trying to work out what's going on at this point. I just want to get like a fixed value per thing so that I can fix a specific piece of rubble to it, so that it's either not there or it is there. I don't want it to be switching stuff around. Let me try this maybe. And the nearest. I mean, it says no. Geometry has unsupported type, but I need it to be a curve. But maybe yeah, AEC, architecture, engineering and construction. It's like the built environment companies that deal with that. Delete geometry. Oh, I'm so confused. Maybe this will work. Maybe this one. No. Damn, I really don't want stuff to jump around like that. That's going to be really annoying. These are also much too big. Maybe I could just make them spin over time. Maybe that would work. They're all going to fall to the ground pretty quick, to be fair. So probably okay. I need to add a value to them so that they start breaking off the curving end first. And I actually also need to add like a lump to the bottom of the house so it looks like it's ripped up the ground. Could you create an ID from the XY position? I don't know. Could I? I think I would. Do you know? I might have to do the same because like going from a collection to having. Oh, I see what you mean for the stopping them from being random as they drop. It's because the. Oh yeah, no, I see what you mean. But also the house is going to be moving, right? The bend is going to be animated. It's going to like chunk, or the other way actually. It's going to go up. It's going to be like. So that's going to be going in that direction. Damn, I can literally feel my problem solving start to diminish. Okay. Okay. So I need to add a lump. I'm going to start making notes. Add a lump to the base. I need to offset timing for the rubble so that it falls off at the top end. I actually want the rotation, the roll of the building to happen at the other end so that it is more in the camera. I want it to be like folding over from the right hand side. Offset timing for the rubble in X. So this one's offsetting the timing is pretty easy because I can just do that on the X gradient. I need to make the courtyard and fountain and make it rain, and then I need to animate it. Yeah. All right. I think some of these are going to be fairly simple. The courtyard, the fountain, the rain, and actually, to be honest, the animation. I'm probably going to use Ian Hubert's camera, like the jiggle, whatever it's called, to make the camera move a little bit more organic. But yeah. All right, let me get rid of these I don't need. And I'm going to switch that around to the other end. So I'm going to set my limits low and high just to be the opposite. So 15 to minus 15. Oh, good lord. That's not good. Do I need to do something else? Oh, right. Yeah, maybe I can just switch these. Wow, that's literally exactly the same. Okay. Maybe it's because these angles are the wrong way. And minus 0.4. Well, this is very chaotic. Will you put in this many hours during the whole of Nodevember? Yeah, for sure. I told all of my clients that I am indisposed for the month so that I can just do nodes. I think it's, I don't know. I know it sounds excessive, but it is fun. It's fun. Right, let me sort these out one by one. Why is that doing this? Now, incredibly confusing. Right, let's go back to how it was before. Right. Is this how it was before? What have I done? Okay, we're back. My goodness. You know, and you can just like, it's kind of like when you crash a car and it's like you can see it's about to happen and it's just like, it's too late now. It's too late now. But we recovered. We made it back. All right. So this is my low limit. And I don't know why this isn't working. Let me set this back to 0. What's going on when I move these? Why does it go up in both angles? Manny, did you do Inktober as well? I did Inktober for a couple of years and I found that one pretty hard going, to be fair. Like sitting down for like 3 or 4 hours to just like draw. I don't know, I found that one really hard. Is it the centering node? I mean that's definitely moving it, but it's, I don't know, this rotation is not the same as, oh god. It's because of my rotational centers. Damn, confusing. Okay, let me try and correct this. So it is rotating correctly, but this needs to go the other way. There we go, I need this to be like 7. Maybe not 7. Wow, we are making a dog's dinner of this house, aren't we? Oh, did you set your Inktober is your Zoom backgrounds? That's really clever. I really like that as like just like a way to show them off. Let's go up to 12. All right, we're starting to get there. We're starting. There we go. And I want that to reach the end. Okay. Good stuff. Man, I just love making weird stuff. I find that really just motivates me. I don't know why. Like, it's the same with making those thumbnails for the 101 course. Like, it just makes me chuckle. Like, just knowing that it's so kind of like absurd, like absurdism. I think that motivates me. It looks like your house when you're looking for the keys. Literally does. Right, so let's capture our attribute. So I also need to capture, like the monstrosity you made on Discord. Yes. That was such a... I mean, I can't claim credit for that entirely. That was... So somebody basically said something along the lines of, horses are just tall dogs. And then it kind of devolved into me making a really weird edit of just lots of animals stuck together. It was good fun though, but yeah, absurdisms. Devolved, yeah. What am I going for here? I need the x-axis not as a boolean, I just need the float value for that. And gonna use a map range. Here we go. And we can use this to help control this fall off. What are my PC specs? I have a I have a Ryzen 9 3900X and a 2070 Super. There you go, you can see that there. Right then. Man, with no trees like this, it does start to just get to a point where you're not quite sure where stuff is going. I'm using an add-on for the minimap. It's called Node. It's called Node Minimap. Here you go. But yeah, I know the patch that you're talking about, but no, this is not that. This is just an add-on. Well, I say just an add-on. It is an add-on. It's a great add-on. Very feature-rich. So I like it. Let me just frame these up. I can't remember what these are doing. Oh, rubble. So the so if I add this to the value that I put in, I feel like we're starting to abstract the yeah, starting to abstract how much the rubble is actually falling. I think we need this from like minus 10 to 10, right? And then, is that doing anything? Oh, maybe it's too far down the line. Maybe I need to transfer the attribute to somewhere. So it's fine at this point. Alright, I'm going to use a slightly different method to do my instancing. Instead of the copy on points, I'm going to use a regular instance on points, but then I'm also going to use, oops, come on, join up there, an attribute to instances node, which does like a special attribute transfer. So here are my instances, here's my target geo, here is my realized geo, so that's good, that's working so far, but I need my white noise. And to do that, I can just... Actually, I can probably get away with using this one. Like this. And I hope this works. It is not working. All right, so what's going on? Maybe it's just fine to use without, in which case I'm just going to pass through the position for the oh, I just realized something. I need to turn on that one, maybe. Oh no, that's not made a difference. All right, so I'm just going to pass through the position as we had before, just so that it's going to the white noise texture, and I'm just going to let these come out like normal, and now I'm going to build the courtyard. All right. The result I want with the rubble falling is that it falls here before it falls here. So I was trying to offset by the pre-deformed X position, but I was just, I don't know, it was like taking too much brain power for me to actually transform that. Sam Hush, oh, thanks so much. Can this be done in SvirTrock with fewer nodes? Probably not. I mean, so yes, it can. With fewer nodes? I'm not sure. I mean, it would probably be a similar number. You'd probably have a bit of an easier time with transferring stuff like by index lists and things. And just like, yeah, I'm not sure. But then sometimes it is really useful to be able to capture an attribute, which is more difficult with SvirTrock because you can't like write stuff to a mesh pre-deformation and then use it after in like a proximity situation where you're transferring it by what is close to each other instead of like using the indices directly. So SvirTrock's great because you have everything on indices all the time, but yeah, and also in fields you can see I'm doing a lot of stuff away from the geometry line, and this is all like reusable in other places because it's a field that will be calculated wherever you join it up to rather than actually storing data itself. So it's a really interesting way of working. Like I would say I'm fairly proficient with geometry nodes, but I wouldn't say I was good with it yet, really. Like I hope by the end of the month I'm a bit more confident. At the moment I still very much feel like I'm kind of feeling around in the dark when I'm looking for stuff, which probably comes through. Right, yeah, courtyard, fountain, rain, base of the house. Let's go for this first. Yeah, I mean, okay, Simon's was really good, but I do just want to say, like, it wasn't massively complex. It was like a really interesting workflow, and he made it look really nice. And like his workflow was very shader centric. Like it was that similar kind of logic workflow. Whereas I think because I come from more like SvirTrock and Grasshopper, it's like I think I have like a little bit more of like a structured index based view. Do you know if there's a way to access the index of an instance in shader nodes? There is. Hey Paras, there is a way to do the index, but you have to sorry, my brain. Yes, the house is made with geometry nodes. We basically made a little wall with some nodes, and then we made a porch also with some nodes, and then we stuck it on a house and bent it. Sorry, yeah, so getting the index for the instances, you need to make the instances real so that you can have different data per instance. Yeah, because they're not instances. And then you need to use some special technique to actually get, do I need this? To actually get your index transferred to your instances. Wait, just get ready to screenshot what I'm about to show you. This attribute to instance node. Right, this setup allows you to take your instances, these come in at the top, and by using a scale instance and realize instance in parallel, you can like capture and so I have two transfers here because one is nearest face and one is nearest, depending on whether or not your target has faces, and just a switch for that. But yeah, you transfer the attribute by proximity to your scaled down instance, and then you transfer from your scaled down instance, which have been realized, by index to your main instances, so that you can like daisy chain that data across back to where you need it, and then you can just pass out that as an output attribute to use with your shaders if you add an input attribute node in the shader, then you will get your any data that you pass through. Oh, Brian, I'm glad it's been useful. I'm glad. Sam Hirsch, yeah, the copy on points node does have all of that transfer goodness happening inside it as well. So this one does transfer the index directly. But the node group that I just showed you the inside of, that one is just like the specific transfer one attribute to your instances as needed. Yeah, I mean, we say it's needed. Hopefully it'll be built in at some point that we can just like grab instance indices. Hopefully that'll come. All right. Oh my God, the stream just clocked past 5 hours. All right, let's keep going. Courtyard. A lump on the bottom. Let's go for that first. Back to the main house. And we need it before the damage. No, we don't. We need it before the deform. Yeah. Okay, I don't need this bit. So I need a join geometry in here, and let's just view this. So this is our house before we did anything terrible to it. So I just need to add like a lump along the bottom and distort it. Where's my ground floor? Here it is. So I can just use my floor here, and I need to select the boundary loop, which, wait, first of all, I'm trying to think of what I need to do. So I need to select the boundary loop, which is not impossible, but not like, it's not clean. And then, oh, actually I could probably do it with the selection because it's just a rectangle, so that'll be fine. And then yeah, all right. So I'm going to grab just a selection box on here and a set position because I need to basically make it lumpy in the middle. So we're going to use a texture, a noise texture, to do some displacement to it. In fact, if we're doing noise displacement, let's just go ahead and use the noise displace node in the toolkit. And we'll make that a bit bigger and a bit stronger. This is just to make it look like there is earth attached to the bottom of the house as it's been pulled up. You're really enjoying the new geometry nodes? Yeah, honestly, it's so much better. Like, just the whole way that it works is just such a vast improvement. Okay, something like this. And then I'm actually going to drive this strength with an SDF, which is going to come from, let's do it like this. So I'm going to go 0 to -2, and then I'm going to make it big. So we can now see, maybe, hopefully, that we're getting this fall off happening inside our selection cube because we're able to use the SDF. And I'm going to make that a little bit deeper. There we go, you can see that better. So all that's happening here is it's basically coming away from the sides. It's literally just like a distance from the faces of your box. That's what's coming out of this selection box. The signed distance function. And then because it's inside the box, I just need to make sure I'm using that negative space. So I can still set my fall off amount here. I need to move it back as well. So we are at -13. So I'm actually going to move it back to 6.5 was too far. Where are we going? Something like this. Good stuff. Alright, so now we got mud. That was really easy. 3 nodes. Well, to be fair, 3 nodes, they each contain like 20 nodes. But we'll go with 3 nodes. And then I need to apply a material to this. So let's make sure that we have it. Set material. Let's make this one mud. I'm just going to make it like blue so that we can see it. Come in here, mud, and I'm going to join that up. Alrighty then. Let's see how this is looking when it's bent. Nice. So the earth, because it's all in the same position, right? So it's going to be pulled around with that deformation, and we can probably get away. Oh, that's okay. I want to get rid of that align mesh. We don't need that. Probably get away with a little bit more, but also a little bit more fall off. There we go. But also maybe a little bit more. Cool. Let's see if we have any white geometry. We do. So our rubble is untextured. Let's assign a new material to the rubble. Material set. And I just need to add a new material in here. Oh wait, maybe I should use mud. No, I'll make a different one from rubble. I'm just using placeholder colors for now, just so that I can see that stuff is actually using the correct materials. Alright, next one to do is going to be the courtyard. So let's just go ahead and make our space, and then we can make the courtyard walls, and then we will finally have a 3-sided shape in our scene. Okay, so mesh primitive grid. Let's join these two together. Let's make this big. So this is just our general courtyard. Then just a few simple walls. I was about to use the cube, but we have a handy brick wall. It's so weird. When I made the brick wall, it was like such a kind of throwaway node, like, oh, nobody will ever use this. And I've used it so many times. So many times. Right, let's go back into solid. Here we go. It's kind of annoying that everything gets the same colour in the end. Maybe we'll stay in Eevee for a while. Cool. Brick wall. I need... This is probably... yeah, I will use the other one. I'll use the points instead, just so that I am instancing my own bricks instead of them, just so that I can do the random scale and rotation. So we're going to grab the instance on points. If you've been watching for a little while, you're probably getting, probably realizing that everything that we're doing like 100 times over, and that's just because that's the process. That's the way we do it. So I'm going to grab some bricks, cubes, here we go. And these are going to be 0.3. I'm going to make them a bit thicker, so 0.3 and 0.1. Here we go, just so we have a bit of a deeper wall. Not that that really changes anything. I'm going to make a little bit of space in between them. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm just going to randomize the size. Cool. So, toolkit, utilities, random vector. This is our rotation. Going to go 0.05 just to give us a bit of jiggle. And then again, another random vector into the scale, aiming for 1. And actually that's fine, so I might as well just plug it in from both. Oh wait, no. Different target. There we go, cool. That's our general wall setup, so I just need to position it. Let's put our house back, that's probably going to help us. And I'm going to mute the ground for a moment. Just trying to think of where everything needs to go. I think I need to move the house down a little bit. It's really floating. I didn't realize that. Where's everything happening? Can you explain what I meant by three-sided? Just that the prompt is three-sided for today. So the goal is to make something which has 3 sides or is represented by 3 something. And the courtyard that I am building here is a triangular courtyard. And it's going to just have a fountain in the middle. So it's pretty heavy-handed, but I'm also just doing kind of what I want to do for the prompts. I'm using it as an excuse to make art for 30 days. So that's what's going on in here. So bending, let's just, I'll just move it down afterwards here. Geometry, transform. Let's move this down like a meter. I must have accidentally moved it up a meter at some point without realizing. Well, there we go. Back on the floor. Let's mute that. Oh, let me turn my screencast keys back on. There we go. Oh, that's weird. They've got very small. Okay, you can see that again. Right. So I need to grab my wall, I need to transform it. Just with a transform node. I can put this back to the corner of the house. Excuse me, and rotate it. Here we go, something like this. And then I can make it a bit longer, like 20 meters or something. I feel like it should be higher as well. I kind of want it to feel quite claustrophobic. Wall height, I'll put it up to 4 meters. Or 3. 3 is fine, that's like first floor height. And now I need to make the other side. Maybe this should be a little bit longer, 25 meters. So let's grab actually let's make it way longer. Let's make it 40 meters and I'll just clip it through because it'll be out of view. I can just join this up there and change where this goes. So this one goes to the other corner and rotates this way. Cool. Looks kind of oppressive and horrible. Let's open it up very slightly. Maybe I should make this one. I'm gonna use a curve for this one just because I think that's too much. Like, you went to college and back, and I'm still going. This is true. To be fair, you were right at the start. Do I consider making NFTs in the future? Yeah, for sure. But just I need things to like calm down on the NFT front, because at the moment it's a bit of like a hotbed for art theft and just, and there's like a lot of good people doing good work in the NFT space, and there is so much like anger about NFTs going on at the same time, and it's like I can't touch that. Even if I mean well. And I think it's like a good thing for the future, and I want to be, it's like electric cars. You get an electric car 10 years ago or 5 years ago, it's not good for the environment, but you're investing in it in an industry which will be good in the future. So that's kind of how I feel about NFTs. Like, I like it, but at the same time, there's a lot of terrible work being made as NFTs. I know maybe I shouldn't say that, but I don't know, I want people to challenge themselves more. But there's too many people who are doing like just the same, take infinite zooms as an example. People will do those infinite zoom loops, and someone will do one, and then they'll like have a video which gets relatively popular, but then there'll be like 50 NFTs the next day, and it's ridiculous. It's like, I don't know, I know people need to earn money, and that's fine, but I also want people to make work that is meaningful to them, and I think it's a shame when people get typecast into making clickbait. Yeah, opportunists, exactly. I don't want to touch it right now. Like, I'm happy to make art, and I'm happy to be like, to share it and to sell prints of it, or to sell, physical things about the artwork. But just at the moment, I don't know. I don't look at OpenSea or Known Origin as being like the model of good marketplaces. It's just not where I want to be selling work. Right, I want to curve this one a little bit because it's too tight. Yeah. So separately, I'm going to use a brick arc. generator, brick arc. And another instance on points with all the same stuff, but the points and the rotation from this, but I'm actually going to use that through a rotate Euler node. So utilities, rotate Euler. This is like for adding Euler angles together. There we go. Looking good, just needs to be a much higher radius. No, that's pretty close actually, a bit higher. And then I can also rotate it, something like this, and then I'll just smash it together. Yeah, people over money. And that's like part of why part of why I'm making tutorials and things, is because I want people to do the best work that they can with the tools that are available. And obviously Blender's amazing because it's free. Well, Blender's amazing and it's free. But I just think when you get into that space and it just seems a bit, I don't know, it just seems a bit toxic and a bit insular. And then you're in a space where you're doing something which is, to you, like makes a lot of sense. And I think to a lot of people it makes a lot of sense. But then there's some people who are just so incredibly vocally against it. So, when generate artwork for me, Blender. Do you know what? The toolkit, Pers. So there's somebody on my Discord and on Twitter called Pers. There's a node in the toolkit called the Pers node. And it just generates like, they're not NFTs, right? But they're like cool little things, and you can mess around with these and have a lot of fun making like pure generative stuff inspired by his wonderful Aphantasia NFT journey. Anyway, let's go back to this. Let's move things over a little bit. I probably should put a gateway in, or release some gate piers. I'm going to set the height up to 3 meters, just so it matches. A jumbo render. The last day is going to be all of my things as like, so like cloud platform thing, and then so you can like see the journey, but it's all kind of like dreamy and dreamscapey. Hopefully. Anyway, that's my goal at the moment. Yeah, working with geonodes can just be like a bit of trial and error. All right, so this is going to bend up and over. I need to add a camera, and let's go for something like 20 mil. Pers, P-U-R-Z. Pers. No, he's great. He has aphantasia, right? So he doesn't have like a mental eye, like a visual imagination. But I think because of that, it's like, it's so, his work is just, I find it so fascinating, and so, because it's so spontaneous, he arrives at the work because he literally is incapable of having a preconceived notion of how it should look. Which I just think is amazing. And then his, like, that plus his work being beautiful is just, yeah, amazing. Like, obviously I'm happy to have an imagination, or he has an imagination, but I'm happy to have like a visual imagination, like a mind's eye. But yeah, no, it's just, you know, such a different perspective on how you sort of experience making artwork. What is going on here? Okay, my camera is like really glitching out in first person view. Let's set this up a little bit better. I don't know what resolution to render, because these are going to go on Twitter and Instagram, so I should probably do square, but I also kind of wanted it to feel cinematic. Can you do like... I don't have the skills to do cinematic, so I should just do them square. This will be absolutely fine. Alright, let's put something here. Let's put a fountain in the middle. Oh, that's really close. My camera is way too wide angle. Let's go with 1600 by 1200. That is, to be fair, that is probably a good halfway point. Does that still not crop on Instagram? Caught the tail end of you saying something about tutorials. When was I saying this? 24 by... Alright, Manu, I'm just taking your... Good. As long as it doesn't crop on Instagram, that's the main thing. Four to 3. Yeah. Cool. That's looking good. Let's add a triangle fountain. Oh, do you know what? Let's have some fun. We've been having fun so much. But what else could we possibly do? Let's use a spirograph and just mash it through some space converters for our fountain. Let's make something that's like kind of weird and interesting. I really want this to draw a little bit nicer. Alright, we're drawing normals. I always end up going back to this one. So, space converter, generator, spirograph or phyllotaxis. I did something good with a torus yesterday. Maybe... I wonder if there's something we can do with the phyllotaxis. Alright, let's just see what we've got. Let's make sure that I'm not doing my mesh to point, so I still have my grid. You found this the most versatile. Do you mean YouTube or Instagram? Because I never used to think about YouTube as like a social platform, but then since I started like using YouTube more for obviously posting tutorials and things, you like come to recognize people in the comments and in other videos, and especially because a lot of the Blender creators, like, we talk to each other, so we see like what other people, like the good and bad interactions that other people are having. So it's like a really interesting like social space. Like, it really is social on YouTube, which I always just thought of as like video consumption before. So right, let me set some depth on here. I'm not sure what this is going to be. I was thinking just like a standard triangle fountain. Yeah, let's do it with the spirograph. Because then I can do this in 3s, which will be a little bit better. Erin, what do you do for your skies and renders? Depends on the render. If it's for like a final render, yeah. I render transparent background, and then I do all my skies and everything in Photoshop, or actually Affinity Photo for me. Oh my god, my phone, which is driving the stream. I just realised it's about to run out of battery. Ooh, catastrophe averted. Right. Let's see what we can do about this. Thanks, Manny. 20% because you're trying to learn geonodes. Honestly, if you can learn geonodes by watching this ridiculous setup, congratulations. Hey, Zach. I feel like, so I didn't really have a beard. I never really had a beard before. So, well, I had one when I was like 20, but it was like a terrible teenager beard. But then, yeah, like last winter after Nodevember, I was so burnt out from Nodevember that I just like didn't move, didn't shave. And then I sort of limped around until January, and then I made a video, but I like hadn't been bothered to shave, and everyone was like, wow, we trust you so much more with facial hair. You like seem older and more trustworthy. So then I just kept it. So funny. Right, let's grab this, and I kind of want to do like another rotation on it. So I'm going to take the FAC out. Let's just do this in full screen. So FAC out, multiply by some value multiplied by tau. So we want like some amount of full rotations. Input integer. And then is the beard hair instances? Absolutely. Yeah, it's if I make it real geometry, I find it very hard to turn my head because it gets so laggy. Right, so now we have our ends here. So I can do this as like a sine and cosine. Turn this into a vector. Scale the vector. And then set this as an offset position. 0.1, there we go. Is this going to work? Oh yes, okay. So now we've got this, we can set up like a whole load of additional, if you're wondering what I just did, I have a whole video on making spirographs. And you can just make some amazing forms with spirographs. Oh my goodness. There's just nothing not to love about putting circles on stuff. And talking of circles, we can now do something with this. I want to extrude it, so we're going to do the extrusion trick that we do in the transfer attribute tutorial. So we're transferring the position from this curve, which has 500 vertices, goodness. Drop that in there. So I need a grid, mesh, primitive, grid. I think it's in Y, 2 in X. And now I can just sort out my indices. So we're going to do a vector by index, and it's going to be position. And the index is going to be, so this is a really confusing part of this node, is that the target and the attribute come from your target, but the index comes from where it's going. Very strange. But I can now do an index modulo by the integer. That goes into the index. Now we can set the position of this one to match. That's looking good. And then we can offset. So I'm just going to do this where it is less or greater than. And then that's going to be our selection. Oh, I hope this works. Yes. Oh my god, beautiful, beautiful. So now we have an extruded sort of spirograph thing. Looking good. And now I want to take all of those top points and instance a thing. Next question, can you transform a complete mesh into another with a transfer attribute node? You can, as long as they have the same number of vertices. For example, if I take Suzanne and I duplicate Suzanne, so I have two different Suzannes, but one of them I do some kind of distortion. There we go, right. One and the other. But then on my first one, I can just drag in the second one, do an attribute transfer. We're taking that geometry. We're taking the source position. Sorry, not the source position. We're taking the position attribute by index. And now I can use a geometry set position. And if I want to blend, then I can do something like mix RGB, right? So I go from the original to the deformed one. So as long as you have the same number of indices, you can set up essentially shape keys in geometry nodes like this by just having like a collection that you keep hidden with all of your shape keys on, like on specific meshes. So there you go. That is how you can do that. Yeah, I have to give credit to Sankudo. Sorry, I don't know his IRL name, but he was showing me a setup with that he was working with shape keys. So, but it was like fake shape keys like that. All right, so I'm going to grab the top edge of this. This is going to make up the main part of our fountain. I need it to be bigger. Something like this is probably all right. And oh, maybe I'll just yeah, I'm going to do points mesh to wait. Volume to mesh. Where's the other volume node? Oh, is it points to volume? So confusing that they've split things up the way they have. Master near me. Yeah, the shape keys. It's like a really interesting. There's definitely a workflow in there. I need to subdivide the mesh, I think. Mesh. Subdivide. That's going to give me those edges. Set our radius a bit lower. Nice. I want something that's a little bit more figurative. Let me just save that one off there. Oh, it definitely needs to be in threes though, right? But I swear there must be a shape in here which is a bit more I don't know. Have I played with the level set nodes branch? I have not, and Hans was here earlier. He said that he hasn't finished porting it yet, but he'll tag me when it is ready for fields. So I definitely do want to jump in that. Deep Shape by Deep Yellow. I have not heard of Deep Shape, and is it possible to recreate complex geometry shapes? Oh, I see what you mean. Let me have a look. Deep Shape. Are they just a branding website? I mean, you can definitely make complex stuff like this. Like what they make anyway. Oh god, that's way too big. 4 and this. I'll go with something like this. Oh, okay, now it's getting a bit more interesting. We need a bit more resolution on our voxels. Here we go. And I'm going to need some variation. I want to throw it through the space converter because that is just like, I don't know, I really want to make something that works well with this because it basically screws up space. It does conversions between Cartesian, spherical and cylindrical, but it's just quite an interesting results. Oh, okay, so this is spherical to Cartesian, making the assumption that this is in spherical coordinates. But you can see that this is just getting a bit weird now, which frankly I love. It looks almost like, I'm not sure about how it pinches in the middle, but we can have a play with that because you can just use a transform node before. When's the last time I saved? Thank you. I need it like on an alarm to save. I don't trust Blender's autosaves. I've been caught out too many times. All right. Let's do something. Oh, that's always fun, isn't it? Oh, it's like a flower. You can do some really trippy stuff. But yeah, this is just like switching world spaces. Let me try that. Oh, okay, don't do it twice. Oh, okay, now I'm doing it well. Hey Kim, how's it going? All right, things are getting trippy. I'm liking this, so let's see how these affect it. I quite like how this is sort of pulling things around, but it's just like trying to work out how do I make this into a fountain. Maybe it's not gonna be. Maybe it's just some sort of sculpture or a coral reef. Oh my god, twisting it. Oof, that's the good stuff. Look at it go. Oh, it's because it's clipping through itself. Things don't like getting into the middle of a spherical coordinate conversion. They get terribly injured. Alright. Let's undo some of that. Okay. I'm making a sculpture for the courtyard. It's all about world building. No, it's the project overall is about world building, but each step is about having fun and exploring and learning the tools and trying to come out of Nodevember with a workflow that is functional and allows you to express yourself in a way that you were previously unable. So the way that Geometry Nodes computes is really clever based on selections and things. So it allows you to make selections and do things kind of in a more optimal way. But some things are definitely heavy, right? Using like points to volume, that's probably, I'm assuming, and like volume to mesh, probably fairly heavy. Using mesh boolean, just don't use that ever, because it's awful. Yeah, I don't know. I am yet to feel like I need to worry about optimization. I hope, anyway. Right, let's put some bricks. I just want to see what happens if I try and make it out of bricks. Let's just real quick instance on point distribute. I'll use parcel disk. I'll throw a realize instances on there, and I'll grab a cube, and let me just save. I don't know how I feel about this one. I think it was sort of better when it was just a bit more organic. Okay, we'll leave it as that. Let's use my utility matte smooth, because this is going to let me smooth it and assign a material. Alright, let's go. Let's get this back on the house. Wow, did I make it a bit too big? Let's scale this one down real quick. Somewhere like this. So I'm thinking that the oh, oops, that's scale, not rotation. Yeah, Kim, what you're saying about things being your like GPU being too slow, it's kind of, I think that's probably more of an issue with the shaders, because I've always made fairly heavy shaders, but I think with geometry nodes it's probably a bit more CPU intensive, I would imagine. I mean, I don't have a test bench. Actually, I mean, I could load it up on my laptop and see if it runs, which might be a good way of tracking performance. But yeah, I think with geometry nodes, you'll probably actually have a better time than with shaders. Right. I need to work out what's going on with the camera. And I wanted to add rain. Do I still? I think I do, because I did some sound before. Which is like rain and wind and then the house falling to pieces. So I want to make sure that I have some rain. We're going to start here. Let me go into the animation page. Stylus. Oh yeah, thanks. There's I literally have so many planned. I just really need to actually get to do them. Okay, let's start here. I'm going to make a cube around my camera. So the reason I'm doing this is just to make sure that I have a black box when we load in. Okay, and I'm going to assign this a black emissive. Principled emission. Black, here we go. So let's grab our camera. Yeah, especially if you make procedural textures without really being too concerned about optimization, which I know it's like one of the bad things about having a fast computer is you don't know how shareable what you make is, and it's not always shareable. So here we go. Location and rotation. Yeah, again, yeah, my limiters as well. Normally VRAM, because I prefer to render on a GPU because it's a lot faster, at least for me. And then I need to move to a next camera. I think I might also animate this fountain to like move, because when you translate it and then it goes through the space conversions, it looks really cool. Right, 0, 2, here we go. If you want to do a change from one camera to the other, you can hover over the timeline and press M and, oh wait, no, that's marker. Control B? Yeah, Control B will change camera. So if I go back to the beginning and then I press Control B, you can see now we have this camera. And if I go a bit further forwards, you can see it automatically skips camera. So that's very useful. And all right. I'm just listening. I have the audio playing, but maybe I can turn it on for you if I just turn it down so I don't ruin anyone's ears. Don't know if that's going to come through at all. That's probably not a very relaxing sound. I might remute it, just in case anybody's dozed off. Right, let's see where we're going up to. Somewhere around frame 400. Oh, did it not come through yet? I might have, I might not have linked up the sound properly to my streaming. But it's fine. It's just like rain noise. Yeah, Control B, it sets a marker to switch camera, so it's very useful. You used to have to set a marker first and then assign a camera to the marker, but now it just happens in one. This needs to come back and T linear, there we go. Water shooting from one opening into the other. I mean, I think I actually can, even though it's going through a space conversion, because I can shoot the water before it goes through the conversion. Okay, we'll get back onto that. Let me make a note of that. Shoot water. And if I forget, remind me in the chat, because that sounds like fun. And I'm going to duplicate another camera. We are at frame 400. Come on, 400. Control B for this next camera. Oh, 3. Daniel's getting progressively more confused. Don't worry. It's like my natural state is confusion. Oh, I don't know. I'm not very good at making camera animations, so I was thinking like it would be cool to have it track across the fountain, and then as you hear like the rumbling and the creaking and the debris start to fall, the camera like clocks up and turns around, like as if the cameraman is shocked. But I don't know if I have the skill. I know that I don't have the skill to do camera animation like that. So I'm just going to cut to another camera. Let's... Did you just... All masteries start with submission? You have to commit to yourself, mind, body and soul, to Blender. There we go. Right, camera 3. Let's start it here. Things are creaking. And then it's pulled up out of the ground. And then, there we go, about there. We should be like, oh, that's a wall. We should be like here. I don't know how wide angle I'm going to need to be. Right, that's my initial block-in of the animation. I need... Right, let's do the water first, and then I need to start animating stuff. Oh, and adding rain. So, fountain, make courtyard, offset timing, add lump to base. It's all going well, and we've only found one bug so far. Can we count on a 6-hour stream for the next 30 days? You can count on a probably at least 4-hour stream averaging every other day. I'm going to like really try and push for these because I learn a huge amount doing them and it's just so much fun. 0 crashes? That's unfortunately not true. We did have 1 crash. I put a mesh boolean on something and that was a mistake. Right, water fountain. is getting some good stuff, some water. Right, let's start here. So I believe maybe I could just do it with like a circle going between each one, because then that would like guarantee me above and below. I think we're going to have to do that. So let's use a curve circle. Yeah. And that's not very helpful. And where is my curve? Okay, here it is. So if we go up into top view and do curve to mesh. Let's just make sure we can see it to begin with. You use box cutter and grid modeler if you need Boolean operations. That's true. Although I don't know if they use a different kind of Boolean. I was looking at an add-on or a plugin for Sverchok called Topologic, and I feel like Wasim has used a different Boolean because it just seems ridiculously fast and error-free, which is very, very suspicious. What am I doing here? Curve. Oh, I need another curve circle. Let's set this down to 8, and we'll go for something a little bit narrower. Change up the resolution on here, and then transform. Right, 90 degrees down in the Y, and we're just going to scale it down a little bit. All right, one done. Let's move it up slightly. What mouse do I use? A combination of, let me do this. So I use a combination of a Logitech MX, I'm not actually sure what it is, but like it's a trackball, so that saves my wrists, which is very useful. And also if you're using a laptop, if you just like want to sit on the sofa, like kick back on the couch, having a trackball is incredibly useful. And the rest of the time I've actually been using just like a normal, it's just like a wireless Microsoft mouse. Although I do intend to upgrade soon, hopefully, to a bit of a better mouse. And then sometimes I use my Cintiq. Okay. Oh, my neck getting a bit crunchy. Let's add another one of these. This time we are also going to add 60-degree rotation, because, you know, it's all about triangles this month. This one we can scale up a little bit. Move it to where it all sits through nicely. And then also fix that. I just want them to coincide. Good. And then I can also just take this one directly, scale in -1 in the X, and join that one in. Okay, great. This is our 3 things. This one has flipped normals, which hopefully won't hurt us. What do you switch to the classic mouse for? The trackball? The trackball is very, very inaccurate. So like now, if I wanted to write something, I could say things with my text, and I could draw, you know, if I need to draw like a triangle and annotate stuff like theta, I can do that with my classic mouse. Whereas my trackball is much more just like, if I'm generally using Blender, or basically if I'm not making tutorials or videos, I will use the trackball. Just to save me. Also the classic mouse, if you play video games, then the trackball's not going to help you. Okay, let's get rid of these, plug these in like so, and now I can just offset these with a bit of noise across their surface, just to make them look like they're rippling, because we are pretending they are water. I really hope this works for the space stuff. Geometry, superposition. And a texture, noise texture. Which we can do this. Let's set our mid-level with minus 0.5 and animate the movement with input position and a vector math. Here we go. There we go. Great. These all look good enough for water. Let me mark things which I know are going to be animated as well. I'll mark them orange, just so I can find them later. Which means this one needs to be orange. And my damage needs to be orange. What else is being animated? Oh right, my rubble. This one here is being orange as well. Is it just those 4 things? Oh, I'm making my life so easy this year. Okay. How does it work through the space conversions? Okay, so interestingly, the just everything is coming from everywhere. I guess this is what you get for bending literal space-time. I guess it serves me right, but yeah, I'm just gonna go with it because it's 3:30 and I wanna kind of finish this tonight. So as we move this, oh yeah, that's the good stuff. The Z one, that's the one we got to use. But there's definitely some weirdness happening. Maybe we can get away with that. All right. To be honest, if your water fountain did anything less than this, would you be happy with it? Amazing. See you later, Kim. Right, I need a vector combine. And this is also going to be animated. All right. There's something called the... And... Oh, I see. Oh, that would be awesome to have camera, like sort of live tracking. That I know... Ian Hubert. I know he released a tutorial, an add-on really recently that just has like a bunch of preset camera transforms. So you can do all of your camera animation and then you just like click his thing and it makes your camera vibrate. In fact, I might use that tonight. See you later, Manny. Yeah. Keep doing good stuff, man. Your work is always so just top notch. Always so well presented as well. Ian Hubert. I need to find his camera add-on because I actually probably ought to use it for this. And I have no idea how to find it. Maybe on Instagram? Does anybody know what it's called? Ian Hubert's camera add-on. Hey Richard, nice to see you. Shakeify, is that what it is? You may well be right. Is this Ian's one? Because Ian's one is based off camera tracking data. Hello, Daniel. I know he tweeted about it the other day. I'm just trying to remember which tweet it was. Oh yeah, free camera Shakeify over at robotsoup.com. Okay. That's the one. What is going on with his website? Okay, here it is. Let me just drop this one in the chat for you if you are interested in that one. You're still going to go through the 14-hour one. That was, I mean, funnily enough, we're like nearly halfway there for the 14-hour one. Although this one's definitely been more chatty. Oh, come on. My GitHub is not loading. Git code, come on. Download zip. Here we go. Hope everybody's doing well. I imagine we've got like another different batch of people. I don't think people will have stayed for 6 hours. And if you have, then go to bed. Goodness. All right, let's get this back a little bit, minus 2.5, I think it was. And then we were doing like Z transform to get that working. Damn, Jose, really? Jose? And Comic Sans now, I don't sleep. I don't sleep. I don't recommend doing, don't do as I do. Here we go. Oh, interesting. All right, let's make sure that we have water, or I'll just use the glass shader for this. I'll use a mesh. Matte smooth. Here we go. I'll stick on the glass panels. Shade smooth. All looking good. This one I'll stick over here. What's this one going to be? This one can be stones or something. I need like another one for ground, don't I really? Oh wait, yeah, no, I need another one for ground. Here we go. Thanks so much. I mean, I don't know the value in teaching this stuff. It's not really like usable. I always like justify it, you know, like high fashion. Nobody's walking down the road in like what they walk on the catwalk, but it proliferates, you know, it comes down, comes down to us normal folk. I can't believe I just said I was the high fashion of Blender, but the techniques, I don't know, I come up with some useful stuff sometimes. I'm like digging this hole. Alright, these are the courtyard walls. I am definitely going to need to finish soon because I am losing my voice. Material, set material. And let's set this one to mud as well. And then let's make it rain with a grid. Yeah, utilities. Wait, is that what I'm going for? 42 minutes ago. I mean, it was nearly 42 minutes ago. If you move the decimal. I need a generator grid to make me a bunch of points. And then I'm going to turn them into rain. Let's make this big. Here we go. And let's move it a little bit. Geometry transform. Moving in the x-axis, sorry, the y-axis here. Yeah, 42 minutes a few times. And I need a few more raindrops. Let's go. Let's save and then set it higher. And then also randomize by a lot. By even more. Paul, thank you and good night. Good night, my friend. Thank you for dropping in. There we go, something like that. It's probably adequate. I just need this to move down in the z-axis as we're in the space. So maybe... Hey, what are you making? I'm new here. Well, yeah. We're making a house, kind of. But the house is going to bend. Oh, it's like bullet time. You know when they do like the freeze frame and they move the camera? It's like, oh, look at all this rain. Maybe I should make the rain freeze when the house starts bending. I think we should. Basically, I'm going to bend the house. It's got a load of holes in it at the moment, but the holes are going to be added as it bends. Matrix has nothing on this. So true. So true. Who knew one person could make this in one night? It's all just, yeah. Proceduralism is just playtime. You never know what you're getting into. You just like click buttons until stuff happens. Combine XYZ with -8 here. And then let's grab a value that we can... Let's grab a map range that we can animate. In the Z, here we go. Oh, I have fall off nodes as well, so maybe I should do it like the back fall off. So it goes, so like, try that again. If I do something like frame by 985, that's the length of the thing, but I think our rain wants to stop around 800. So now we have like a somewhat 0 to 1 range. So wait, why am I doing this? Wait, if I just put in frame like normal, then we're going from 1 to 800 as 0 to 1. And then I can use one of our fall off nodes, set to back. Here we go. And we're just going for ease out because we want it to like fall but then like come back to itself. I can mess with the constant later, and I probably want this to be a little bit more. That's moving way too slow. And that's way too fast. Like, on the one hand it is right, but on the other hand we run out of stuff very quickly. How far through are we here? 48 frames. I need it to last considerably longer. How do you handle rain interactions with objects in the ground? I ignore them. That's my coping strategy. We are going to go with like, I feel like it's the right amount of rain. Should I use a particle emitter? Actually, I don't know how to do like the bullet time thing with the particle emitter. Damn. Okay. I'm just gonna have to make more rain. So I need 16 times more rain. So I need 300 meters of rain. All right. Beautiful. And we're going to start up nice and high. Let's switch this. If you press Shift S while you have a node selected, you can switch the node for a different kind of node while maintaining the inputs. So that's always very useful. Let's save. If you have a subdivided plane, can I specify a specific value, specific vertices to spawn another mesh? You can specify it by index. You can literally just take index and compare float set to like equal, and you could be like, okay, I want it on index number 3, and that's just going to put it there. Okay, so we're going 0 to 1, but it will be slightly bigger than 0 to 1. Let's not clamp it. And we're going from everything way up high to things being a little bit lower here. Can you emulate fluids through animation nodes? Yeah. You can instance metaballs on vertices generated in animation or geometry or Svedrock, and then just, yeah, basically, as long as they get close together, you'll be right. This 4 frames a second is real good. Need to animate basically everything, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I just need to, final thing, I'm going to instance a tiny little icosphere, maybe even less than an icosphere. My PC config is an RTX 2070 Super and a Ryzen 9 3900X. There we go, instance on points. Mesh, primitive, icosphere, plug this in here. Make these very little, 0.002 for raindrops that we won't see, so we're going to go with fat raindrops, a centimeter across. And we'll just randomize the scale a little bit. Vector, random vector, here we go. Scale, aim for 1 with a deviation of 0.2 or maybe 0.5. What am I making? That is a good question. We're making a house which is going to bend. I don't really know how else to explain it. Material, we're trying to make something weird and like a little bit kind of Christopher Nolan, psychedelic, dream sequence kind of thing. Glass panels again, let's go. I wonder, is everything like... Oh, it's because it's mud and I made it. I gave like a placeholder. Okay, rain, done. Sheet water, also done. Now I just need to animate things. Let's just make sure that we get rid of some of these horrible textures. Oh, I haven't put the brick textures on the walls. Don't even know where the walls are. Here we go. And material, set material. Bricks and bricks. Let's go. So that's the last white thing in the space. And then, yeah, the floor. So the rubble, wait, let's start with the rubble because we've got it open. I will just use actual colours, like literal flat colours for now. I might randomize them a little bit. Hey Jarrett. Specular down. Do we have a random value? Man, it's been a long time since I opened a shader. Oh, we do have a random value. Awesome. Oh wait, that's because we're in. Damn it. Oh, we do, so that's good. Right, I want to do everything in Eevee so that I don't kill my computer. Right, colour, colour. Something like this will be fine. Come on, please. Something has happened to my node wrangler in shaders and it's not doing as it should do. Chat test. Hey KD, how's it going? Going with the wood now. I'm just going to turn off specular and make it less green. Gosh, how did that happen? Suddenly it's not green at all. Something like that is fine for my very low standards. Mud. Okay, let's actually do something here. At least a noise texture. We'll go with position. So on the geometry node in shaders, the position socket is the world position. Use a wave texture just because. No, I refuse. The wave texture is like a really heavy way of just doing sine, like separate X, Y, Z and then sine. Alright, we'll go with this. Man, my shaders are going to be so low effort for this. I think maybe for future ones, I don't know. I'm not going to put any, I'm not going to put words in my future mouth. I'm just going to let it be. Let it happen as it happens. Alright, something like this. Don't forget to eat and drink water. Thanks, Joey. I'm actually really thirsty, so thank you. And be wary of your posture. I need like a belt to like tie me back to my chair so I don't slouch. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wait until you see it animate. If I manage putting a what do you advise for those who are terrible with math but would love to learn node trees efficiently in a practical way? Well, in a practical way, that's the important part there. You just find a project that you want to do and throw yourself into it. Because you're going to just, at some point you're going to be like, oh, I want to know how to do this bit. And then you're going to have to look up how to do that bit. And then you'll know it. And like, you say you're not good at maths, but honestly, when you get into actually using the maths, you would be amazed like how much more sense it makes in the context of your artwork or whatever it is that you're using. So yeah, I would just say jump in. Just jump in. Man, this floor looks hideous, doesn't it? What a mess. I kind of feel bad about destroying it with bad shaders. So maybe I should keep to flat colours, because then at least it's consistent, but just not that blue. I will come up with some sort of strategy for doing textures in the future. I may redo this one when it comes to like do the last brief, which I want to do everything for, like redo everything for. I may just run through everything with image textures just to make sure that I've got it looking how I want, because at the end of the day, everyone's doing this to kind of further their artistic abilities. Right, let me find where I've got bricks. Slates. Again, let's reduce our specular. Yeah. Everybody says you need to or everybody asks me like how much maths do I need to know, which books do I need to read on maths? And literally every single time I'm like, just start working. But I guess people just don't like the idea of not being given an answer for something. So like with a book, at least, it's like you go through it and you find the solution, and it's like, okay, I can see this is like a practical solution to the work I'm doing. Whereas with 3D, often it's like keep bashing your head against it and you'll get something out eventually, which can be a little bit daunting. Oh, that does work. Man, we are getting a lot of these like random things working in Eevee. I'm really liking this. It seems like the instancing method works well. Alright, I apologise that I have sort of actually descended to a whisper at this point, but just want to kind of wind down a little bit. Although I do have like 2 sun lamps shining in my face, which is probably going to mess up my sleep. But it's all good. I'm happy to be here. Alrighty then. This is looking alright. Oh, we've got bricks as well. Good, good, good. Let's make sure that we have... I want to see if the house manages to maintain the instanced bricks. Oh, no it doesn't. But the outside walls do, so for that reason I will keep the... I'm going to keep on with the randomizing. So we've got some which are a bit darker. And some... I don't know why I do everything with red bricks, because it's not actually... There's not actually like a lot of red brick up here where I am. That's way too sandy. And the red, the other one is just like, it's kind of too maroon. I don't really know what it is I'm looking for, but that is not it. Would I ever do a lecture for a university? Yeah, for sure. I've kind of kept ties with my the department that I was that I studied in, just because I don't know. I've always sort of thought in the back of my mind, maybe I'll go and do some teaching, or maybe I'll go and like, I don't know. I just like teaching. I find it gives me a good sense of purpose, and I think there's a lot of value in teaching in universities, from like not just as a lecturer. Like you get obviously access to all of the facilities and the library, which is amazing, but for students to have like a different perspective on I can't give much perspective on like working life, but to give a bit of different perspective on like a different software and a different like workflow paradigm. At least on my course there was literally nobody teaching computation stuff, and when I said that I was going to write my final dissertation on it, like on the impact of computational design on architecture, my tutors were just like, oh, I don't like it, and I don't really want to think about it. Which is kind of, I don't know, a bit odd. Like, I would have thought that people would have been more kind of keen to get engaged with the computational side, and like, if you think it's making stuff which is really sterile, then change that. Like when I made the splash screen, which I guess, okay, so if you don't know, the 2.93 splash screen with all the flowers, that I made that. But when I finished it, I sent it to one of my tutors, who I remember I'd been sat like, so we all had to give presentations on what we were going to do for our dissertation, and this was like at the start of our final year, and it was basically just to make sure that everybody was paired up with a tutor who was best able to support them for what they wanted to do. And I basically gave this presentation, and then at the end of it, my tutor was like, "Oh, computational design just makes really grim stuff that looks clearly made by robots and designed by robots. Like it's not human." And I think that just like really stuck with me. And then when I made the splash screen, and then like obviously they accepted it for the splash screen, which was sick. But then I sent her a message like, you said that computational design was too rigid and sterile, but I can prove to you that it's not. And I think she was happy that I had done that I had like been motivated by that. But at the same time, it was like, oh yeah, like all of these misconceptions about computational design and like everything that we teach students about how it's not really suitable for idea generation, and how you should always draw at the beginning, and like I do agree with drawing more, but like how you should always draw and then use the computer as a tool to reproduce your drawing in digital. And it's like, actually the computer is so much more. Like that's the difference between computerized design and computational design, like whether or not the computer is handling data and processing data. Anyway, I just, sorry, that was a bit of a tangent. I just found it interesting that it's just not really taught. So yeah. All right, let's grab our... yeah, have they ever met technical artists? No, I don't think they would have done. Because they were... I mean, it was interior design that I did, so... people weren't, like, super up to date with everything. Where is my glass? I must have glass on something. Well, alright, let's add a new glass thing. Glass panels. What do we have in here? Alright, let's break this out and delete the images because I'm not cheating on the first day. Hello, Unicorn Hunter. Will you add some ghosts? No. I know it was Halloween yesterday, but if Halloween is over, that means it's Christmas season. Actually, in the UK, it means it's bonfire night season. Right, let's make sure that I have some Fresnel input. Fresnel. Here we go. And let's pass this through a map range, giving us 0 in the middle. And wait, what? There we go. 1 in the middle, 2 on the outside. Just trying to remember what I did for dewdrops when I was doing rain. For doing rain. Okay, maybe 3. I'm just trying to make the rain actually visible. Hello, Wissam. There we go. Let's do this a little bit less then. We're going to go with 5. No, we're not. We're going to go with 2. And let's get animating. Right. This is the last step. And then I'm going to... Thanks for the brick reference. I'm going to get animating. And then I'm going to do a viewport render, I guess. I want to give you guys a preview because some of you have been so patient for the last 7 hours. What time is it? 4 o'clock. Okay, it should still be good. I just, because it's my sister's birthday, I don't want them to like wake me up at like 9 in the morning and expect me to go out. I don't know why I'm whispering that like it's a secret, but I want to sleep. Let's find, I'm so glad I marked these out. Right. What does this even do? This is our holes in wall. So we want to go from like 0 to 0.3. 0 to 0.3. Map range. So this is the easiest way for you to animate in nodes, right? You put hash frame in a node, in a map range node, and then your frame range, you can set whether you want linear or if you want easing, right? So I'm going to go with smoother step, even though it probably won't make a difference with this, with what we're changing. And then the frame range here is going to be from like, well, let's have a look. 400 to like 650, right? So we're going from frame 400 to 650, and the maximum value we want to go to is 0.3, right? So now I can plug this in, and that's essentially my keyframes. Is her birthday gift a free tier 3 Patreon subscription? You know it. That's what I give all my family members. Free access to my Patreon. You know, what says love like giving them your products? Okay, so this one is damage, check. That one's done. The bend. Some people will have joined and have not seen the bend, so let me just show you that, if I can do the right. There we go. All right. The bend. Basically, everything just... Okay, I said something about performance being good before. Performance is not good. This is... well, it's better than it might have been. So we're bending this up. Again, we're going to go from like, not 400 this time, we're going from like 450 to 800, and it's going to be 0 to 1. Man, I really hope this works. How many frames do we have? 950? Why? Oh, right, we're at frame 9. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's because when you duplicate a node, it does not come with the driver. Had me worried for a moment there. All right, so that's looking suitably odd. Let's grab another one over here. What's this one? This one is falling rubble. It would be cool if they had a remesher built into geometry nodes. It'll come, don't worry. All of the nodes will come. I believe I've already seen a patch for remesher. Whether or not it's actually like an active patch or if it's just like here's an example of some code kind of patch. Oh my god, where are the numbers I need? So we are starting at There we go, -2, I think. -2, and we're going to go up to... it's all on the floor at 1. Good, that's all set. Oh wait, oh, it's going to fall in slow motion. I have very slightly reached a stage where I'm like, do I care though? Like, it would be cool if it all fell properly with physics, but am I that worried? No, not really. I can always just change the frame rate to like 6500. Let's add a little timeline in here so we can scrub it. Right, 4. It's going to come in, holes start coming. Oh, but then the issue is that these are all going to slide out. Maybe it should happen like closer to the end. So like 800. Would it be against the rules to use your toolkit? I hope not, because I've used it extensively. But if you're asking if it's fine for you to use it, yeah, absolutely, go ahead. I mean, it is just using groups, right? It's just using the nodes in the node tree. It's not bringing in data from outside, so I'm saying it's fine. If anybody tells you otherwise, you send them my way. Let's go 700. There we go. Rocks start falling. Good stuff. Hello, CG Matter. You've just turned up to the most important point of a 7-hour stream. How did you time that so well? We've made a house, and we are just breaking it, more or less. What's the next one? Oh, the fountain. Let's get the fountain going. Oh, that's already animated. What's going on? Alright, this one can just be like cache frame by 200. And then we're gonna do... I'm gonna pretend this is like a four-dimensional fountain. Like, it's not at all. I've literally just lost everything. Where are you at? Oh god, the viewport is so slow. It's so slow. I think the rain is not helping anything. I don't even know if it's visible. Do you know what? I'm gonna get rid of the rain. Unless I do a cycles render at a later date, I'm gonna keep it without the rain. Let's just get our like fountain conversion working nice. Is it like, I think it's a Z-axis I want to do. Man, I'm so confused about what's going on right now. -2.7. What did we have before? -2. And -2 in here. Oh, my throat is really going. Alright. Maybe I can add some maths in between the two. Oh. I feel like it was working out better before. Maybe we just go for something like this, right? I think my sound timing is not quite right. Oh, wait, it's because the video is playing back like 15 times slower than the audio is. Well, that makes it very difficult to sync up. All right, let's just maybe remove this one. Maybe we just go for something like this. It's a little bit simpler, but it's still somewhat interesting. Hey Noah, how's it going, bud? Sync playback in the bottom left. Ooh. Wait, sync. Dropping frames. Thank you so much, Seth. That's great. Oh my god, it works perfectly. I just need to move the camera a bit better. Cool. Right. Oh my god, I know it's not amazing, but it's better than it might have been. Alright, let's come to this final frame here. Final keyframe. And let's make sure we're looking in the right direction. Or maybe we come a bit further. Alright, that's the one. Rotation location. I also need to make it wider angle. $20mm is fine here. It actually kind of does track the rising top, almost anyway. And it'll probably feel a bit more like it when I've got the wider field of view on. Let's do something like this. Okay, location, rotation, pin that. Yeah, thanks for the reminder about the Shakeify. I just want to move the fountain. Rotate a little bit and push it back this way, very slightly. go, good stuff. Edit, preferences, install, my downloads, Shakify. Let's see if I am able to use it. Right, animation. Where is it? Does anybody know how to use Shakify? I actually have no idea. Oh, camera Shakify plus. I'm just guessing. Investigation. Is this what we want? Do I... Okay. Oh, that's way, way, way too much. Let's try something else. The wedding. Damn. This is so clever. Alright. The close-up. This add-on is nuts. This makes me look like I know what I'm doing. We just had a window pop. Ooh. Alright. Alright. Let's this is just so ridiculous. I can't believe we just did this with geometry nodes. What on earth? I could stack them. I think honestly, I think this is fine. I need to hit render and go to bed. I just want to set up the scene. Should I do it with a transparent background? I might as well. I can comp it later. In which case, I need some lighting. Oh wait, can we not use... Can't use HDRIs because that's an image. So, although actually, I do think I used HDRIs last year. Oh, and there's no point using sky texture because I'm not going to get lighting without baking it, am I? So I need sunlight. We need eCycles X Pro Max for this to be done. I mean, to be honest, Cycles X would probably absolutely handle it fine. But I don't know. I don't want to render it too well because there's no good shaders, you know? Like I kind of want it to show that it's still like draft or like previs, you know? Alright, that might be a good one. Might need a bit more lighting on our fountain. I dig it. It's good. I'm happy. Right. Let's I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna wrap it up now. I know this is quite an abrupt ending, but I'm basically just gonna be hitting render, setting up maybe one more light. But thank you so much for tuning in. I know this has been an abnormally long stream, and I'm gonna try and keep them a bit more concise later. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm knackered, so I'm just gonna say goodnight. Thanks everybody. Yeah. Hope you're well. Have a good day. Have a good night, and I'll see you around.